Oceania, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
3, 2, 1.
Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion!
Fantastica!
And a beautiful victory!
Et les larmes de joie et de bonheur!
Going through the crowd.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nice by UTMB, the second edition of this event. We are expecting over 5,000 runners over 4 different races, and this weekend with you all, we're gonna be covering live 3 races. The 100 miles that we can see here on your screen from this aerial shots is going to start very soon. Then there's going to be the 100K and the 50K tomorrow. So stay tuned. We're aiming for 2 days of live coverage. I'm going to be very soon joined by my co-host for the weekend, Corinne Malcolm, over from the US. So she's probably still sorting out a bit of coffee, but it's all good. We are here, and I think it is important to mention that compared to last year, the weather is fantastic. So that's a big deal because last year the weather conditions were absolutely terrible, which made the race actually quite hard, even harder. Especially these early kilometers in the Mercantour Mountains, which are pretty known for being very technical. And so we'll see that technical skills for all the runners will be important, and we're going to be talking about this a little more. So it will start in Oron. Oron, this is the city you have right on your screen. And quickly they're going to make their way up on the first climb up to the highest point of the whole course at 2,650 meters of altitude, called de Rabuon. And as I was telling you, these are the images from last year, and you could see, weather was not the greatest, but it didn't stop the experience from being quite sensational. I'm gonna let you discover those images, and as soon as Corinne joins me, we'll be back. It was Hugo Deck and Ragnar Deba who had managed to score the wins in long and a whole lot of emotion on that finish line in Nice by the ocean. I mean, look at that. And it's actually quite a staple of this race as well. Like, you start up high in the mountains, like I said. After some 17 kilometers, you end up at the highest point at 2,600 meters and 50 meters of elevation, of altitude. And then you make your way gradually all the way down onto the finish line for 164.9 kilometers to Nice. And on the way, there you go, you get the course. So you start, first you drop down a little bit before going to the highest point, which is the Refuge des Rabuons. And then a bit of a down and back up along that ridge. And then at 29 kilometers, you go all the way down, first to Isola. And then you have a few bumps, and it just keeps going on and on and on past the 50K mark. And then in Saint-Sauveur, you're going to be climbing back again first to Fort de Remplace and then La Boline-Lissé all the way to Côte des Deux-Caires. And Mont-Chalanchat, Col d'Andrion. So you stay up high, and then it's going to be a long descent all the way down to Utel. Here, it is a descent, like so the angle is a bit confusing, but it is truly a descent up to Levens-Rive-École and then back up to Montferrion. And Montferrion is the last kind of high point above 1,000 meters. And then it truly drops gradually. One tiny little kick just before Plateau Saint-Michel, and then it's all the way down. You can see the ocean, and there you go. Nice, Promenade des Anglais. So look at that, all the way up from the high mountains of Mercantour down to the coast. And welcome, Corinne. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome to live.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I am so excited to get to watch this field get their day started here, and we're going to be following along all weekend across 3 distances. The 100-mile that kicks off today, the 100K, which is a golden ticket race kicking off tomorrow, and the 50K as those runners make their way to the finish. It's going to be a pretty good star-studded list of runners that are looking to kind of get their qualification in before the end of the season, as well as potentially notch those tickets to the Western States 100 yesterday, or tomorrow rather, in the 100-kilometer distance. So we are here for all of it.
Yeah, Corinne, and that's true. I haven't actually talked about this, and I was looking carefully at the start for the 100K for the golden ticket race, and I was surprised not to see more female runners getting involved, because actually Ida Sophie, we just got the news, she's not racing. So we
that is a bummer.
Yeah. So we'll probably have surprises. I was talking with the French speakers just before we started, and they did mention a few names to be looking out for. But compared to the men's race, at least for the 100K, where it's going to be a solid battle to try and snap those 2 golden tickets, I don't know. It will definitely be a little bit more up for grabs. And there you go. In the men's, Jérôme van der Schegg, very, very strong on technical. So the first part of the course really is going to suit him well. Yeah, as you can see, Trail du Besseau, for those who are familiar with this race, it's extremely technical. One of the most technical races in the world, goes across glaciers. It's in the same valley as Sierre-Zinal, but completely opposite when it comes to how technical it is. Roberto Mastrotto, also very high score here, UTMB index at 829. And Guillaume Deneuve. So we do have, even in the women's, I don't know if we showed them, but we have quite a lot of runners coming from Belgium.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I feel like we always have some country influence when it comes to these qualifiers, kind of easier to get to, etc., timing during the season. But it is, and it'll be interesting too in the 100K, because there are definitely guys who want that golden ticket and gals that want that golden ticket, and there are people who are just here looking for that qualifier before the end of the season to get into the 2024 UTMB, who might be short a qualifier currently. But it's a hard turnaround post UTMB, right? If you raced CCC or UTMB, just about a month ago, getting back on a start line this quickly is no easy task.
Whew, yeah. And Yeah, it will be actually interesting to see who chose to do both races back to back, because indeed this is brutal. At least, and that's what I was saying. At least compared to last year, we do have beautiful weather conditions compared to last year, where it was.
Yeah, last year was wet and cold for this race. I remember watching. I believe Ragna was in the women's 100-mile race. The young Hugo Deck was in the men's 100-mile race, and it looked really awful. It looked very, very cold. Heading into the night in particular, with a big rainstorm that came in, and then the 100K and 50K looked very, very slippery. I would say it wasn't a nice, on the Riviera warm summer, late summer vacation for many of those runners. It was definitely a welcome to fall with the conditions there for sure.
Yeah, so that will be, as we say, it's always harder for runners, not necessarily mentally, but from a finishing rate perspective, when the weather is nice and possibly hot. We have a higher rate of DNF, so it will be interesting to see if that translates into that scenario as well. But I'm super stoked after her first attempt at 100K at ultra distance. Yuri Yoshizumi is on the starting line. You'll see she'll be definitely the smallest runner that you can spot. But
you can see her on the start line there. Yeah, she's.
Yeah.
We saw her at Doi Inthanon in Thailand last year in December in the 100K, where she won that race, and then she was at CCC this year. So she's got a couple 100-kilometer races under her belt at this point, and really excited to see her step up to the 100-mile distance here at Nice this weekend. I think it's going to be a good stepping stone for her to potentially be on the start line for UTMB next fall. Yep, they're having people kneel so that we can see all the women on the start line. And the truth is, there are not a whole lot of them. We know the sport is definitely very male dominated, but it's nice to give those women a little bit of that shine at the start line. We oftentimes miss them on the first starting row as they're tucked in row 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what they were asking there, but yeah, there was a bit of confusion. But it's probably announcing in French at the minute. But she was at Nice Côte last year, on the 50K. So that'll be interesting to see her like stepping up the distance. And I agree with you. Like she has done now a few 100K and done pretty well. So it's interesting. I wonder why she chose. That would be a very good question for the finish line interview. As per why she chose that one for her first 100 mile.
Yeah, curious to see as the day unfolds and the night unfolds, and then we'll see them again tomorrow as the day unfolds.
That's right. So yeah, as I was saying, there's 4 races, over 5,000 people participating over the course of this event, and we'll be covering, so today the 100 miles, and tomorrow we finish with the 100 miles, the 100K, and even a little bit of the 50K. So plenty going on for 2 days, and tomorrow is going to be a long streak. I think we're going to be on for like 13 and a half hours or something. So be ready. You'll have all day to be with us. So I just got the information that apparently the start will be postponed by 10 minutes because they found a wasp nest on the course, and they're right now, at the minute they're taking care of like getting it removed, probably by the local firefighters. So good find, because that is not the kind of thing you want to bump into at the start of a 100-miler.
Yeah, I mean, so last year at Doi Inthanon in Thailand, we had a bit of confusion all of a sudden during the 100-mile race there, in which the woman who was leading the race knocked into a ant nest that was in a tree and was covered in ants that were like biting her. And so our camera quickly turned off and we weren't sure what was happening. And we got word from the field that she had knocked into this ant's nest, and she had to like stop and take everything off on the trail because she was trying to get the ants out from like under all of her clothing. And it seemed very scary and panicky. And she ultimately ended up dropping out. I don't know if it was because of that or because of other reasons, other hardships during the day. But yeah, running into wasps, ants, in the US, we run into large animals depending on the race day and the race course. The 100-mile I ran back in July is known for having ground hornets nests, and so you have to just be kind of careful in the first 60 kilometers or so to make sure that they don't kick anything up, or that you're careful if you step off the trail more than anything. But yeah, it's not something that you want to run into. But yeah, I like to see people sitting down there. The one guy got the shade. That was very smart, sitting on the other side of that barrier right there. But they will take a 10-minute delay if it means not getting stung, because it's the first person will be fine. It's the person behind the first person that will get stung.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, so for those of you who are just tuning in, again, a 10-minute delay due to them just identifying a wasp nest on the course that local firefighters are taking care of before the runners head that direction this morning. So look at these runners up and moving momentarily, but that is indeed what is going on down there at the start line. I love hearing the kids with the cowbells there.
Yeah, like, and as we saw on the course, it's going to be interesting to see which strength the runners will take advantage of, because that whole first part is actually quite challenging, quite technical, quite mountainous. And as we get closer and closer to the coast, it becomes more runnable, and they will favor the faster runners. So it'll be interesting to see if some choose to play their cards in the early stages and then try to hold off, if they're not too comfortable on technical, and then try to play their cards in the later stages. But I mean, one thing for sure is that in a 100-mile, you don't want to start out too fast, especially because, once again, that first part of the course is going to be very challenging. And it's a nice 26 degree in Nice. So also,
that is warm.
Yeah, it is. It is comparatively to the month of September that just took place. It was actually declared the hottest month ever in France. So I think if it stays at 26, it will be hot, no doubt about it, but nowhere near the 35 plus temperatures that we had until very recently.
Yeah, that's good to kind of keep in mind that it's been a hot summer, it's been a hot fall for this region. So hopefully everyone feels very prepared for those temperatures. But those aren't easy conditions, particularly for the extended races. I was thinking of the mountainous early section before getting smoother, faster, flatter. We've seen athletes. I'm thinking of Ludo Pomeray coming to mind in that instance, not here at this race specifically, but at Western States, for example. And people are like, why does Ludo go out so hard at Western States? And it's because the first 50K is very, very mountainous and much more technical than any other part of the course. And he's like, well, that's the part that I'm good at, so I'm going to run hard there and just kind of hang on for the back part of the course. And Ludo has proven that he's a good runner as well. A very good runner as well. But I think it's interesting that, runners will have different tactics in mind as well to try to be as efficient as possible in the parts of the course that they feel suit them the best.
Yeah, and we've got our faithful audience, Jason, who's good luck, everyone. Maybe the start was not meant to be.
Oh, yes, puns already. I love it.
You guys are on top of it. That's great. That is absolutely great. And couldn't agree more. Ludo is a legend, and he proved it again this year. He is Mr. Comeback.
Yeah, and that's a good point, actually. Kind of another example there is, Ludo came through and people are like, why Ludo here? Well, he's the example that's at top of mind, but he was something like 57th coming through Courmayeur this year at UTMB. Not having a great nighttime run. Kind of thought his day was over maybe, and then got it back together and ran his way well into the top 10. By the time he made it back to Chamonix. So I just think it's not over till it's over. Lots and lots can happen during these long races. There can be lots of shakeups. We're going to see one thing going into the night, and then when we wake up tomorrow morning, something completely different will have happened and transpired over the darkness. But I just think it's interesting that in these long races, you've got enough space and time oftentimes to have a rough patch or to have a low or to really fall apart and then get it back together and fight your way back. It might cost you the win, but it might also be a thing where we don't know who's going to win this race until we literally see them coming to the finish line oftentimes.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly the beauty of running 100 miles. Is like nothing is done until it's done, as you said, Corinne. It's an adventure, and it's not necessarily who's the strongest on paper who takes it out, but sometimes you have to play with the element, play with the unexpected. You're going to go through low times. You could make mistakes if you get caught up with racing someone else's pace. There's so much that can happen, and every little mistakes get amplified over the course of 100 miles. And that's also the beauty of it, is like if you may not be the strongest, but if you're racing smart, if you're looking after yourself, if you're doing everything else right, then you could actually finish ahead of a whole lot of runners that on paper, once again, are technically stronger than you.
Yeah, it's not always about who's the fastest, it's about who's the smartest, sometimes the toughest, sometimes the person who's grittiest on the day. But it looks like we might actually be ready to get started here in the next minute or so. Runners are back on their feet again.
And there we go. They were so eager to get started, and the countdown didn't get down to 0 before they headed out. And there we go. Usually always a bit faster pace than what these runners are going to be able to sustain. But you get excited, you're out and running. If you've done the job, you've been tapering for quite a few days already, so you're itching to go. And I think as soon as...
Yeah, they've tapered all week. They're excited. They're excited to actually have this day get started.
So I think we had number 9, Christophe Polasek, in the lead at the moment. There were 2 of them. Now it's already changing. I think we just can... Oh, that is number 6 actually. I think I read it backwards.
A little dyslexic this morning.
Well, I have no excuse. For me, it's the afternoon.
Yeah, truly no excuse.
But here, no surprise, Yuri is in the lead for the women's race. She's gonna go her own pace, and I think we can agree that she is very strong on technical, and therefore she's even if she doesn't push the pace necessarily, like she will be moving at least as well, if not slightly faster than her competition on this kind of terrain. Plus, she's also very strong at uphill. You know, this good old weight versus power ratio. Like she's probably have the world's best.
Yeah, I think that was probably Adiko and the Hoka kit behind her as well. And Adiko is an incredibly strong athlete. She's not someone who's going to take the pace out early, but she is someone that you've got to keep an eye on because she will be there over the final 50K of the race to overtake anyone who has slowed even an ounce. So that is someone that I would keep in mind. She's run her way into the top 10 of many UTMBs over the course of the last 5 to 7 years. So I would keep my eye on someone like Adiko as well to be very strong in the back part of this race.
Yeah, Corinne, I agree. And actually, there's another person who's going to be strong competition to Yuri is Claire Banworth.
Yep. Claire's had quite the summer.
Yeah, she's already had like Hard Rock, UTMB, and like she's clearly the 100-mile specialist, even longer sometimes.
Tahoe 200 mile. So after Hard Rock, she went and ran the Tahoe 200 like a week later, and then after that, she went and did the Colorado Trail unsupported FKT, which is a 500-mile trail. So she is longer than a 100-mile specialist, I would say. So she is definitely someone who clearly doesn't slow down, clearly is an energizer bunny. So she's had a long summer of racing and events. Curious to see how much fatigue she brings into this, but she's definitely strong enough to be on the podium here in a big way.
It's kind of mind-blowing, those few runners that manage to pull off like such long events back to back to back. But good for them. That's a whole lot of time spent hallucinating on the trail. There's probably some really good stories there.
Yeah, so that number 6 is Jonathan McCanny, a French runner, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of someone else who's raced a lot this year, Adiko was 14th at Transgran Canaria, 2nd at Trail Alsace by UTMB in the 100-kilometer race there back in the spring. Went to Trail 100 Andorra, was 3rd there in the 105K. Went to Royal Ultra Sky Marathon, was 13th there. Ran the Cat 100 by UTMB in Austria, was 3rd there. So has also had a long season of mountain racing.
Yeah, somebody's been quite busy.
Someone has been very, very busy.
Exactement.
And I just want to say, and I'll text this to the back folks as well, but Adiko lives in Germany, so it's listed as Germany on her where she lives, but she's Hungarian. So when you see that on the live results, that is who that is. It says Germany because that's where she makes her home right now, but she is in fact Hungarian.
Yeah, so they got it backwards because usually we have the citizenship, and then wherever they live, we kind of have to second guess. But then
I think
they got
in the UTMB system, it's been pulling in where they live more frequently. I.e., it keeps saying that Petter Engdahl is Norwegian. I'll say Emily Forsberg is Norwegian, but they're Swedish. So we'll send a text to the back group there. But yeah, that is the where they live, where they reside versus their citizenship. Oftentimes gets kind of mixed up in the UTMB results system. But there on your screen right now is the leading lady in the UTMB Nice Côte d'Azur 100-mile race that just kicked off about 8 minutes ago, 10 minutes behind schedule.
Yeah, once again, because of a wasp nest that was found on the trail and had been removed by the local firefighters.
Yeah, there is a bunch of double track in this race too. We'll see a lot of that in the 100K as well. It'll choke up periodically as things get more and more rugged, but there is a lot of this kind of double track mountain service road style running as well. So it's going to take a combination of being able to handle some more technical terrain in the first 50K of this race, and then also be able to really turn it over and run quite quickly on these, dirt roads that will be scattered throughout the entirety of the course. Last year, I do remember it being really wet, and there's some very fast downhill running as well, kind of once we get into the back 100K to 80K of this course. Some paved sections, but some very fast downhill running too. So these athletes do have to kind of be a triple threat. They have to be able to be in the 100-mile mindset of being able to cover this distance, run through the night, take care of themselves, troubleshoot, but they also need to be able to, handle not only technical running, but some really fast running in order to, I think, be on the podium here in the men's and women's races.
Yeah, and when you say like the runnable part is on the back end of it, it's almost it's the same format as Western States actually. Like with the downhill trend, more runnable towards the end, and this is usually where it's more likely where the wheels have fallen off, and therefore you have to keep going, keep moving fast. If you've gone too hard on the steep descents early on, that will cost you even more towards the end. So this is one more thing to kind of be mindful of when going through that first part of the course and through the night.
Oh, cool. Someone said they're flying to Nice tonight and doing the 22-kilometer race on Sunday. Can't wait.
Exciting times.
That's really awesome. Yeah, I have an athlete doing the 100K, and I'm really excited to get to follow along as we're doing commentary tomorrow. Normally, I'd be like, okay, well, I'll check in when I wake up. And I'm like, got to message them and say, well, I'll be following along during your race. Can't wait to see you. Yeah, and if you're just joining us too, remember that you can jump into that chat feature change it from top chat to live chat if you want to kind of follow along there. But jump in and let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. We're going to be at this all day basically for 2 days in a row. I think I get to sleep a little bit in between the two live streams. But we're kind of here to follow along with you as well. So let us know who you're cheering for and where you're cheering from as the 100-mile gets kicked off today before we follow along with the 50K, 100K, and 100-mile again on Saturday as well.
Yeah, and I was confused because Anne Virgo is back as per usual, and like this is now a name that is that belongs to our chat. And she said, "Hello from Portugal," and I'm like, "Oh wait, what?" And she's on holiday because it's not England today. Good for you.
I dig it. Portugal would be a nice place to be this time of year, so I am a little bit jealous. It's been pouring rain here in Seattle. We've gotten inches and inches of rain in the last 2 weeks,
Oh, wow.
which is a little bit unusual for us. Normally, rainy season's in October, but I think we've gotten just in the last couple days almost 3 inches of rain. So it's been quite damp here, and I am a little bit jealous of a warm, summery Nice or Portuguese vacation right now.
Well, you're going to be able to suck it in through the live coverage and the screen.
Yeah, I'm living vicariously through all these runners right now as I sit in my office in a very dark, rainy Seattle.
Oh, well, you'll be out again this year. What's the rest of your schedule?
I'm headed to Kodiak by UTMB over in Big Bear, California, in just about 2-3 weeks time. So I'll be over there to do the 100-kilometer race in California, and then I will be headed over to Cape Town as well for UTCT in November.
There you go, plenty of sunshine. And actually, a question about Kodiak that I was wondering, because I looked at the pictures and where it's located. Is it very similar to Tahoe in terms of trails and environment?
It's kind of. So it's southeastern for the Sierra, and it is going to be kind of similar as far as trail underfoot, the same kind of
granite,
not
sandy.
terribly rocky, but kind of decomposing granite.
Yeah. Well, exciting. Petra will be there as well, so you'll have good company.
Yeah, we've got kind of a whole crew going.
Oh, that's interesting. Thanks, Andrew, for the feedback. We're going to try and figure this out because in my mic, I can hear you very well, Corinne, with no echo. Well, we're just going to have to keep talking, and we'll see if that gets fixed. This is the first kind of point that they're going to go through the runners at 8.4 kilometers after a quick uphill out of Oron and then down into Saint-Étienne-de-Tinée. And once again, we say it is absolutely stunning weather. And hopefully the night will stay like that, so the stars will shine. It's a full moon, or 1 day away from it. So if the skies are clear, it would be really majestic. And look at that.
Yeah. It's a good weekend to be racing, that is for sure. I feel like getting to race on the full moon is nice because as long as it's clear, you don't need a headlamp, and that is honestly kind of a nice advantage. You can see some of the trail that when you're not in the trees a bit better.
Yeah, it's so special. And instead of living in the beam of your headlamp, you actually can still look around and where you're progressing and the valleys and the summits and yeah, it makes the experience so much different. And as you said, probably easier because you see where you're going and you're not kind of really stuck in that very, very limited space in front of you. And so if you're looking at the start list as well, if you're like us following on live.utmb.world, be aware we've been told that Ida Sophie Edgeman that we were expecting to be one of the top contenders, especially after her result last year on the 100K. She actually is not. She wasn't at the start. She's not racing today. So that's one big name that we were hoping to follow, but that won't participate. And yet, we can talk once again about our top contender, Yuri Yoshizumi, Claire Banworth, Ildiko Vermeer, as well as other runners like Laura Van Voren, Anna Dersken, and Daphne Nadulek. There you go, quick replay of the race that started this morning, or actually it was lunchtime, and just past that because we were about 10 minutes late on the start on this fantastic day in the Mercantour, southern part of France. And so we're waiting for further runners to show up at this first checkpoint.
Yeah, our first split will be kind of at the bottom of a downhill, and that's going to be around the 8-kilometer marker, so about 5 miles into this race. Should be where we get our first live split from these runners.
And so looking at, like, while we're waiting for the 100-mile runners to come through, let's have a quick look at the start list for tomorrow in the 100K, which is going to be very competitive because, once again, it's the opportunity to qualify for the UTMB World Series final, as well as get 2 golden tickets for men and 2 for women to Western States. And so on the start line, we'll have Jim Walmsley, Thibaut Barognan, so Jim Walmsley, who won UTMB, first American male to win UTMB. Thibaut Barognan, who was in CCC but dropped out. Théo Détienne is going to be a first for him on this distance. Extremely fast runner on the track, on the road, but as well, he's extremely strong runner on technical. So he has the skills, but is he going to be able to look after himself and pull it together for 100K? It is a question mark. Simon Gosselin, maybe not a whole lot of people know about him. He's a very strong runner, but he's also an excellent coach. And amongst some of the athletes he's coaching is Rémi Bonnet. Like, we can quite safely say that he's currently the strongest uphill runner in the world. And so Simon is Rémi's coach. Then we have from Italy, Philippe Ausenhofer, and that we also are very familiar with. And then to round up the top names, Thomas Balado and Giulio Ornati. And in the women's, it's also a very fun field that we're going to be able to follow with Elsie Davis from Great Britain representing the North Face, Meg McKenzie representing on. However, I would put a question mark on that. I would have to check because I talked with her
with her starting.
I'm not sure. Yeah, with her starting. Yep. I will ask her and we'll know by tomorrow. Or before tomorrow, actually. Then we have Marjolie Lilkanen from Finland, Giulio Vinco, Anja Krebs, Meryl Cooper, and Isabelle Dragon from France, Team Instinct. So a whole lot of people who will be indeed battling for the top 3 spots for the UTMB World Series final next year. To get their automatic entry, and the top 2 up to top 5 if the tickets roll down, the 2 golden tickets for the 2024 Western States Endurance Run.
Yeah, I imagine we'll have more people following along as well for the 100K tomorrow for that reason specifically. One, to see Jim Walmsley getting back on a start line so soon after his win at UTMB, but also to see where those golden tickets end up in the men's and women's race tomorrow in the 100K. Alrighty, we're just testing some things out here to see where the echo is coming from on my mic, because I can hear it periodically in my ears. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's coming back through Martin's mic, so it's playing somewhere in studio, I think. So we'll get that sorted for you all from our tech team on the ground, and we'll go from there. But thank you for bearing with us with apparently an echo coming back on my end. But yeah, there's a lot of racing yet to be had. We are waiting for our runners now to come through this 8.4 kilometer mark, 5 miles in to the race today.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we already are with our top runner, and they are not messing around. We know it's downhill, but still, that's a solid pace for an early 100-mile 100-mile race. Clocking a 4 minute per K, nice and chilled.
Sweet. We're going to get this mic thing situated for you all. But yeah, thanks for letting us know where you're cheering from. We've got stuff coming in from all over the place. Anyone else that's awake in the US with me who doesn't live on the East Coast where it's at least after 6 a.m., you all are crazy. It's 3:30 a.m. for me here in Seattle, Washington, where I'm doing remote commentary with Martin, who's in studio in France, as we follow along with the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB 100-mile event that got kicked off just after lunchtime here today. 404 starters getting off the start line. And for many of us, lots of new names, right? These are going to be people who are looking for a qualifier into next year's UTMB, but still some very, very talented and strong runners. We got lots of cheers from the Latvian contingent in the chat as well. I myself lived in Tessis for a year. And we'll continue to cheer on the Latvian runners as well. We also have lots of Belgium runners in the 100-mile distance in particular today that we'll be following along with, who are kind of the top ranked runners coming into this race, as well as some really interesting stories. Looking at like Claire Banworth, for example, in the women's race, who's had quite the summer of racing. Some other runners stepping up to the 100-mile distance for the first time this year, their career, like Yuri Yoshizumi in the women's 100-mile race, the athlete coming out of Japan after running the 100K at Doyentheon last December, and then running CCC just a little while ago. So we are working on kind of following those runners as they get their get through to some of these next sections of the race. But we talked about how the first bit is more technical. That is what you're seeing on your screen right now, higher up on the course from that refuge. That's where I want to be hanging out. That looks like a more pleasant location than where I'm currently sitting.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, same. That is the kind of terrain that gets me excited and wanting to get out. I mean, even before we saw the lake, I was like, wow, this is beautiful. But then you add the lake to it. You can go for a swim. It's incredible.
I think we fixed the echo. Hey.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that like they're gonna go from this to the Mediterranean Sea on the coast, right in Nice. So it'll take them a while, but like probably give everyone a little bit more of an understanding of how far these people are gonna be running and how long, like how much distance and how much variety there can be in a over 100-mile course. It's mind blowing.
Yep, this is on our screen right now. This is one of the higher points on the course, about 17 kilometers in, about 11 miles into the race there. So you're right. We're going to see such variety in terrain over the course of this race. They've got this initial mountainous section, and then we're going to see kind of river valley bottom. We're going to see, coastal Mediterranean vibes by the end of the 100-mile race tomorrow. It's kind of crazy to watch the distance covered and the terrain covered by a 165-kilometer event.
And so this is the Mercantour, and so I don't know how far from there they live, but this is home now for Katie Scheid and Germain Granger, for example. So when you see that kind of terrain, you understand a little better why these two now are super strong on the mountainous races and mountain ultras altogether. I mean, imagine you have
and
that.
when we kind of, I was gonna say, when we go to these drone shots too, it's part of that is, yes, like we're in a section of the course where we don't have cell signal, for example, or we're not going to get quality images of our runners via our camera runners or our camera bikers. And so we'll kind of switch out to these drone shots to show you other bits of the course that our runners are going to be making their way to, as we wait for the runners to kind of get to those next checkpoints. So that is a little bit about what's going on right now. So yes, you will have the runners back on your screen, but it's not a continuous live in the sense that we can't cover every single step fall of the entire race. We don't quite have the bandwidth to make that happen. So here is something that we get to look forward to seeing. And up here last year, it was not quite as glamorous and beautiful looking.
Yeah, surely it wasn't. It was a bit of a different story indeed, and clearly weather conditions that did not necessarily won't make you to hang out over there for too long, up high at over 2,600 meters of altitude. When the weather turns, you do not want to stay over there for too long. But yeah, as much as we are eager to see the images from our camera runners and see how those competitors are doing, it is not a bad sight. And just like Wildstrubel by UTMB that we had 2 weeks ago, the first edition had that kind of weather, and that was such an appeal for so many runners that this year had come to participate themselves in the race, just because they had seen how beautiful the course was. So, well, if you don't have anything to do late September next year, here is what you could be looking forward to.
Yeah, put it on your calendar, right? I think that's the a bit of that piece of that puzzle of you get to see these images now and you get to say, maybe that's a race that I want to go to next year.
Yeah, and I actually was going to ask you that question when we talked about Western States next year, because most likely you'll be out there commenting again. And isn't that a race you'd like to do, or like participate in, have another like go at it
at Western States?
Yeah.
I've done it twice. I've been top 10 there twice. It's a lot. It's a big ask to train just for that race. And so I think that for me, the reason why I didn't go back for what was going to be 2020 was I wanted to run other things. Because I think when you're focused on a race like Western States or UTMB, it's pretty consuming. You don't get to do a lot of other things with your season. And so after being top 10 there twice and kind of getting to choose to not come back, it felt like I had sealed that chapter in a bit. And I would love to go back to Western States, but I want to do it, when I'm in my 40s, for example, go back in a decade and get to have a very different experience there than going back, in the near term. I'd rather get to experience some of these other events, be it UTMB or, I'd love to go to Japan and race. I got to do a 100-mile in my backyard here in Washington this summer. So I think it's kind of that balance of these big ticket items that are incredibly inspiring and then getting to race events that are either really meaningful to me or are in a place that I've never gotten to go before. And so that is, Western States, I'll pin a bib on there again, I think at some point in time, but I'm hopeful that it's, I have qualifiers. I could put in for the lottery again if I wanted to, but I'm hopeful. I'll be putting in for the Hard Rock Lottery this winter for next July. And I'll be, trying to get into UTMB as well in a matter of weeks at Kodiak. So we'll see what the 2024 season has in store.
Right. Well, at least it's good from the perspective that you'll be commenting Western States without the itch of be like, I wish I was racing. You've done your thing, you're going to be back, but not quite yet. So good.
Yeah, exactly.
On those beautiful images, as we were waiting for the runners, we'll have a quick commercial break, and we will be back shortly with possibly the intermediary ranking at the first checkpoint. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And we're back with our main leader, Jérôme Van der Geest. At least that's my guess.
Almost into this aid station here, so we will get a update here in just a second. They'll hit the aid station about 8 kilometers in, so he's got... Wow, they're moving really fast early in this race. Obviously, it's fast terrain. That is the Italian Roberto Mastrato on our screen. You know, you had a couple options. You had probably about a 25% chance of getting it right, and you did not. I could have bet you something there. But, yep, that is our leading male athlete on your screen right now as he makes his way into the first aid station at 8 kilometers in to the race before they head up the hill, up, what is the biggest climb of the course, ostensibly, to that next aid station up high at the Refugia that we've been looking at with that drone footage ahead of that commercial break. And Latvia is awake and rowdy in the chat.
Woohoo! That's what we like to see.
Yeah. Yeah, Datsa in the chat shouting out a number of Latvian runners who are racing this weekend. We'll be keeping our eyes out and open for them as well.
There we go, another familiar name in the chat. Nuts is in there as well. So we've got all the faithful followers sharing this passion for... Wow, and straight through the aid station, not even a stop, a refill, or anything. So that's
you're 40 minutes in. You're 40 minutes in. You do have a big, long climb coming up that's going to take a little bit of time to get to that 11K mark, but I don't think that's all that surprising. Particularly if you don't start light, right? If you start light, like you start with only a bottle filled or something, you're going to need to stop to fill there. But if you started with everything type of situation and you decided to go heavy from the start to the first aid, you're probably good to get up to that 17 kilometer mark, the 11-mile mark into the race as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. Like they're still close to from the start, but like as you said, it was more like the next climb that's gonna be 9Ks and with
his bottles. He's got 2 bottles on his front, and they look full. So he's leaving with at least a liter on him. Is kind of my guess.
Yeah, that should be all right. And maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe there's a creek halfway up.
Maybe.
That's what I love to see with Jiang Zhengqian during UTMB. No, it was CCC. Sorry, like he knew where every water fontaine was, and he had just paced himself so well.
Yeah, he and Dakota Jones, we saw them both take out their soft flasks headed near just little spigots that were in town, little water features. So I think that was good as well.
Yeah, and it shows once you know, if you do know the course very well, it's a massive advantage. And wow, Roberto is on a mission early on, and there we go, talking about it. We do have. Yep. All right. If you're discovering those profile, course profiles, is the 8, 9, 10 is the kilometers, and then the numbers below is it says it on the left. So why am I even talking about this? But essentially, the darker, the steeper, and those percentage of slope are for each section. There we go, our followers here on the screen. I am not going to take another wild guess. because now we do have the split times, and it's Jonathan Moncani and Adrien Combe, both French. And in fourth position would be Gwendal Moissan, and with the team name Fartlek. So I'm wondering if this is a reference to Christophe Mallardet, who's got a coaching business called Fartlek, and that is why he's representing that name, or if it is entirely different. If anybody knows Gwendal Moissan and why it is his club or like team name is Fartlek, I would be very keen to know. And I'm actually a bit surprised because so there's like, it's going to be interesting to make speculations here, because our top, like, anticipated top runners, Jérôme van der Schegg and Guillaume Deneuve, both from Belgium, are currently sitting in 11th. No, because it says 11th because they still haven't gone through. So they're not in the top 10. They haven't gone through Saint-Étienne-de-Tinée. So I hope they were at the start. This is probably a bit too strong, too engaged for me. Like, when you're going into 100 miles, like, he's really motoring.
Too aggressive. Feeling too aggressive.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not in his shoes. I don't know what his plan is. But looking from the outside, I'm like, wow, that is indeed pretty aggressive. So I know your expression, out of sight, out of mind. You want to maybe open up a little bit of a gap, and then you can stay away from your competition and be in your own pace in the lead. But how much is that going to cost you? And then,
yeah, it's like, is it worth it? The second and third runners look a lot more relaxed, I would say. Just kind of looking at that left-hand side of our screen, those are our second and third place athletes, and they're moving efficiently and effectively. Everyone's got their poles out on this section of the course. It's not the steepest section of this climb by any means. It will get steeper and grassier up at the top, but before getting rockier again, I do think that they look a bit more relaxed, the two men that are pursuing Roberta right now.
So like 45 minutes into this race, plenty of time and ground to be covered, and there she is. Looks like our female leader, Yuri Yoshizumi from Japan, having her first crack at 100 mile. And it looks like we have a friend who's tagging along with a white t-shirt, having a wee chat.
Yeah, so again, that is Yuri Yoshizumi on the left-hand side of your screen, Japanese favorite, fan favorite, making her first step up to the 100-mile distance, making her 100-mile debut here. She might be the only one who's cold. I don't know if she's got gloves on or arm sleeves pushed down. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I think everyone else is quite warm. But yeah, Yuri once again just ran right to that aid station. Now headed into what will be the first big climb of the day after the downhill into this aid station. I do think that last year watching her and Hannah Allgood run the 100-kilometer race at Doi Intanon, that Yuri is a very good downhiller in particular. And so I'm not surprised that with that downhill into that 8-kilometer mark aid station that she has, moved kind of securely into that first place position. Has all of her mandatory gear in that backpack. Yeah, headed right out of town, right into the first climb of the day.
Yeah. I mean, she's a very good overall runner because she started by doing just vertical races where she was one of the world's best at the time. And that's more than 10 years ago now. And then because Japan has such a strong team in skyrunning, they were moving at different races in Europe, traveling all together. And she's done a whole lot of those races before she started transitioning into ultras. So she has indeed those skills for like uphill and downhill, and including on technical. So very well-rounded runner, Yuri. That hopefully will play. We'll have a good display of her skills over that 100-mile course. And she knows what she's getting into. She's already trying to catch her poles. And either her quiver was really big or... Oh yeah, I think she has them.
I mean, you have to remember that Yuri is well under 5 feet tall. Is a very diminutive short runner. So she probably needs a custom quiver. Because I have to imagine that her poles are what, maybe...
a sleeping bag for her.
Yeah, I mean, they can't be... I mean, her poles can't be more than 100 centimeters tall.
Very true. And I'm surprised. There we go. Here's our second female.
I think that's Julia? Laura, maybe. I think it's one of the Belgian runners. I'm not sure which Belgian runner, though.
So that would be Laura Van Voren, according to the splits at Saint-Étienne-de-Tinée at the aid station 5 miles that we just saw. Laura representing...
Yeah, I couldn't see her bib there. Looking for bib number 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've had at least 4 women coming to that first aid station, again at that 8-kilometer mark, 5 miles into the race. Yuri Yoshizumi, Laura Van Voren, Daphne, Bezlik, and Hannah Dirksen all have come through there looking for a deco to come through that aid station next in 5th position there. But yeah, that is the current 1, 2, 3, 4 have all come through that aid station in there. I mean, Yuri's got about a 2.5 minute lead to 4th. She's only 30 or so seconds ahead of Laura, who's only about a minute ahead of Daphne, and then Hannah is about 40 seconds behind Daphne. So your top 4 women coming through that 8-kilometer mark are separated by, just around 2 minutes or so.
And there we go. The top 5 ranking at the first aid station that Corinne was telling you about. Yuri Shizumi, Laura Van Vuren, Daphne Dulek, Anna Derksen, and Julie Gretry. And Belgium and France with 2 runners each in that top 5. And Japan on top. But once again, all in a nutshell after 5 miles of racing.
Yeah, 404 starters today. Not a huge race by maybe European race standards. That's still quite a big race by US race standards, where many of our races are limited between like 150 and 300 runners or so. A big race for us is like, we're like, oh wow, we got 300 runners there this weekend. That's big. So 404 runners were projected to be at the start line of the 100-mile race this morning. I think that looks to be about accurate. We've had 122 runners come through that first checkpoint right now, as we have our cameras back on our lead athlete in the men's race, Roberto heading up this climb.
Charging.
He's still charging. I was about to say, it looks like he's like settled in a little bit, but he is definitely still really, like, we saw him kind of take the race out aggressively on the downhill, blazed right to that first aid station, and then like was hammering the bottom of this climb. But, you know, different tactics for different people. We were talking earlier about how the first part of this course is a bit more mountainous. We were talking about how Ludo at races like Western States has been particularly aggressive in the first 50K because he felt the most at home in that section. Maybe that's Roberto's strategies here. Maybe he's taken the Ludo approach to the Nice Côte d'Azur race, but we'll see kind of, you know, what is going to pan out for him over the course of this race. We've said it before the race even kicked off, you know, nothing is over until you are through that finish line, really, in a 100-mile race. And so we'll be following along today until we kind of lose good graphics this evening. And then as the sun starts to go down there in France, and then we will be picking up tomorrow morning with the 50K, the 100K, and getting another look at our 100-mile runners as they make their way to the finish line. And I think if today's weather is any indication, it is going to be a nice weekend of racing, warmer temps down in Nice along the coastline than this where the athletes are right now. But still fairly warm temps. It's going to be breezy up here, up high, which I imagine will feel kind of nice, actually. I don't think it's going to be too terribly chilly, but last year at this race, it was wet and slippery and cold. And so this is a welcome sight, I think, for many runners, including runners that are watching actually in the YouTube chat who were at this race last year and experienced the less than nice weather conditions.
And we have now our second place runner in the men's race, having a bit of a chat with our camera runner. Not sure exactly, I can't quite hear what they're talking about. Probably splits, who's ahead, who's behind, and yeah, they're taking on that climb. And you're saying it's the longest climb of the race, Corinne, and that's true, with 1,300 meters of climbing over 9Ks. So I'm not too good at math, but that's just under 15% average. So with section that we saw on the graphic earlier are above 26%. So,
oof, steep.
There we go, 27 for that section right there.
Yeah, and again, we'll have some really beautiful drone footage of these athletes up at the next checkpoint, around 17 kilometers into the race, about 11 miles into the race. And this is likely either Jonathan or Adrian behind Roberto based on our splits coming out of that aid station. We had a number of runners come through there pretty close together, second and third being nearly side by side, 2 French runners. Really, there's a whole, wow. Okay, so Roberto might be leading the race, the lone Italian off the front, but then he is being pursued by
at least
11 Frenchmen in a row.
Wow. And then on the back end of that French train is another Italian runner on 13th position, Fabio Di Giacomo. So that's an interesting configuration.
Yeah, for sure it is. And we were talking about how there's a lot of Belgian runners in the race. There are a lot of Belgian runners in the race. There are a lot of Latvian runners in the race. We've got a lot of people cheering on the Latvian runners in the chat as we speak. I think there's a Latvian runner in the women's 100K for tomorrow. They'll be kind of interesting to keep our eyes on. But yeah, it's going to be, we'll see how this all shakes out at the end of it. With the race taking part in Nice, I'm not surprised to see 11 Frenchmen making up positions second through 12th right now. On the women's side, it's definitely a bit more of a mixed bag. We have our top 10 women all through that first aid station, with Yuri Yoshizumi at the front, followed by Laura Van Voren of Belgium. 2 French runners, Daphne and Hannah, they're in third and fourth. Another Belgian athlete, Julie in fifth. Caroline, Marie-Laurie in sixth and seventh. Latvian athlete, Leva, in eighth, and then 2 more French women to round out the top 10. So yeah, it's definitely kind of interesting to follow along and see at these races. There's actually a number of Hungarian athletes, because I guess Adiko's tracker did come through in 11th, and then there's actually 2 more Hungarian athletes in 16th. Actually, a pair of Hungarian athletes kind of tied in 16th right now as well. So that's kind of keeping our eyes peeled there. But yeah, it's interesting to kind of see the makeup of these races, where runners are coming from to get on this start line. Is there a group of people targeting a specific race, etc. So it's kind of fun to follow along. The athlete I have racing the 100K tomorrow is American, but lives in Norway. Has lived in Norway for a long time. So excited to kind of see who's made the trip over to Nice to race this weekend to get that qualifier in to collect those stones, right? While the front of this race is looking to go 1, 2, 3 to get that automatic entry into next year's UTMB race, or OCC or CCC. Everyone that completes this race will collect stones. It'll be good for the lottery coming up this winter. And so while there are people looking for automatic entry into the 2024 UTMB World Series final, we have everyone else is also on the start line, just looking to collect those stones to get their entry into the lottery this winter for a chance to be on the start line next year as well. So I think that's an important thing to point out. That's not just the athletes at the very front of this race. Everyone here is looking for a specific finish, for a specific reason to finish. And I know that, while I go to Kodiak in a couple weeks, I'd love to get an automatic entry. That'd be pretty sick. But at a minimum, I'll be collecting stones and putting those stones in the lottery and crossing my fingers and praying to the lottery gods that it all works out for me in the end.
I can't remember exactly what number it was, but I remember seeing the stats, and I think it was 10 or 12 stones. If you have 10 or 12 stones, I think any runner who had that or more got their entry.
It's a lot of stones. It's a lot of racing.
It's a lot of racing. It's or people would have targeted maybe one major, and you get double the stones, and then another 250Ks or something.
Yeah, and also they're good for 2 years, right? Too, so it's not just a season's worth of stones. It's technically 2 seasons worth of stones, I believe.
Correct. Yeah.
It's the little things, It's the. Okay, I'll talk first. I was gonna let Martin talk because we sometimes cut each other off because we get so excited that we're not in the same room. We have to take a quick commercial break. When we do, we'll be back looking at those runners coming towards the 17-kilometer mark. Don't go anywhere.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Deal.
All right, team, we are back with a whole lot of logistics going on to offer you the best possible coverage. And yes, there was a few of you, so Corinne answered in the chat, but just to be 100% clear, if you finish the race, if you're a finisher, meaning that if you cross the finish line before the time cutoff, you do collect the running stones corresponding to the distance that you have been racing. So those stones are there for the taking. You just need to get it done, just need to finish it. And so for the traditional UTMB events, if you race the 20k distance, you get 1 stone, 50k distance, you get 2 stones, 100k distance, you get 3, and 100 miles, you get 4. But there's 3 majors. To remind you, this was Val d'Aran by UTMB for Europe. For the US, it was Canyons. And Doi Intianan in Thailand was going to be the Asia Pacific one, taking place on early December, I think on the 8th or something. And so for those, you get double the running stones. So once again, if you've been following it, for 20k, 2 stones, 50k, 4 stones, 100k, 6 stones, and 100 miles, 8 stones. So if you can make your way to a major, that's a game changer in terms of collecting stones, as well as if you're trying to get an automatic entry. It's not the top 3, but the top 10 overall who will get their
and
automatic
age
entry.
group as well.
And age groups, indeed. Yep. And age groups, we can't quite tell how deep they go, because it depends on how many people are in each age group, and then they allocate a corresponding amount of automatic entries as well.
Yep.
And
Exactly. So there's lots of different ways to. I was gonna say there's lots of different ways to qualify, lots of different ways to figure it out. It's definitely hard based on where you live a little bit as well, just like what's available to you readily. I think we're still waiting to hear what the America's World Major will be for 2024. I don't think we completely know if it's back to Canyons or if it's somewhere else yet. We're still waiting for an official announcement. But yeah, it's I think it's, so you got 2 options, right? You can race close to home, which I think is convenient and nice for many of us, or you can make it into a family vacation and you can end up here at Nice next year, run a 100K or a 50K on the front end of your vacation, and then have a nice Mediterranean week-long gelato eating, espresso sipping vacation.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Sign me up.
Put me in, coach.
Put me in. But that's the thing, like, because like Corinne and I, we end up commenting most of those races, like the chance to run them. We're like, well, actually, we're gonna be working and not racing, so we gotta pick other ones.
I was just going to say, during the commercial break, what you guys didn't hear was me tell Martin that he can't run UTMB next year, because we've already negotiated that I'm trying to run UTMB next year. So, we gotta make those trades happen long in advance. But yeah, it's hard, right? It's, I'm at Western States for commentary. You're at the Golden Trail World Series for commentary. We've both done commentary for Transvolcania for the last couple of years, which has been a UTMB race until very recently. It's hard when there are start lines that you want to be on, and sometimes you're working the media side of it instead. So we have to trade off periodically. But right now on your screen again, this is Roberto. He is still, I thought he was maybe settling in a little bit more. He is definitely still charging. He ran 3 steps there when it flattened out briefly before hiking again. This man is on a mission.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing his body type, he reminds me of Pere Orel, Ragnar's partner, and he could hike at an insane pace. Not, I wouldn't say aggressively, not as Roberto is doing, but still very, very strong. Dima is also very powerful runner, Dimitri Mitiev. So perhaps that's just he just has it. So we can't bury him wet yet, but it's bold. It's a bold move, and we have a whole lot of time to see if that's gonna turn into a successful racing strategy. and if that's gonna actually sustain the whole night section. Because as you were saying, Corinne, and I could not agree more with you, especially every year during UTMB when I get to comment what's happening in Courmayeur and then get a few hours of sleep, and when I wake up, it's a completely different race. Like, people have dropped out, blown out, others have come back, and the night usually reshuffle the cards pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm just like, maybe it's just an Italian kit, but I was up at Refugio Fossati outside of Courmayeur ahead of UTMB week, and a runner came in, like ran into the Refugio, had a piece of tart and a beer, gave a high five, took a few photos, and like ran away again. And from the position I'm watching right now, kind of actually looks like Roberto Mestrado. So I'm kind of curious if it was in fact him that came just charging into this Refugio, had a bit to eat, and ran away again. So I'm gonna try to figure that out on my end, but does look eerily familiar from my vantage point right now.
Oh wow, that'd be a cool story to tell. An interesting choice of nutrition as well, like piece of tart and a beer. I mean, if you can handle that, like, you're pretty safe for your race nutrition.
Yeah, 100%. You can handle a lot of different things. If you can handle a piece of tart and beer mid-run and just take off running again. But yeah, a good race at the front of this. We've seen 1, 2, 3. Jonathan, another Frenchman, in second. Gwendal here, another Frenchman in third position. And as we mentioned, actually there are another, 7 or 8 Frenchmen behind them as well, making up positions 2 through 12, heading through that first checkpoint, heading kind of into the steeper bits of this climb, all the way up to the 17-kilometer mark, where they will be looking to probably get, substantial aid there. A lot of them will have blown through that first aid station at the 8-kilometer mark. So by the time they get to the 17-kilometer mark, or about 11 miles into the race, they're going to be needing to make sure those bottles are refilled, etc., for that high part of the course before they do eventually get to descend off of that kind of high structure around the 30-plus kilometer mark. They'll descend back down into the valley, and that will be a reprieve from any weather that they might experience up here. It does look nice and warm and sunny, but we did see some breeze in the flags up at the Refugio earlier from our drone shot, and I'll be kind of curious to see if the runners do appear cold. We do have a lot of arm sleeves kind of pushed down around runners' wrists. We saw that from Yuri Yoshizumi on the women's side as well, so we'll just kind of keep our eyes open here as we see runners make their way up to the high point of the course, which is, just over 8,000 feet or so in elevation. So fairly high, definitely higher elevation up there. Some runners will feel the effect of that for sure.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard to kind of put in perspective. You're at the start, the sun is shining, it's warm weather, and then you go into that hard climb, so you're definitely not going to get cold, even though you're a bit in the shade, and then you pop out like up high and you're exposed, and as you said, Corinne, if it gets windy, indeed, that could change quite a bit. So we'll see at the minute. As you can see on the bottom left corner of your screen, it has just changed now, but it is 19 degrees Celsius in Nice, and temperatures will most likely be rising a little bit throughout the day. And something I actually noticed as well about Roberto is that he was 8th at Lavaredo Ultra Trail, and so Lavaredo is everything but technical, and so you do have a lot of runnable sections, so like top 10 there.
He's got leg speed.
Yeah. That's the answer that I'm getting with that result, is that in the later stages he's still going to be able to move at a pretty good pace. And there she is, our lead female runner coming from Japan, Yuri Yoshizumi.
Yeah, she's not that old. I think we're about the same age actually. But I feel like she's been around the sport for just about forever, as long as I've been in the sport.
True.
She's a little bit older than me. She's in her kind of mid to late 30s. But I remember meeting her at Transvolcania back in 2017, I think. Summer of 2017, like spring of 2017. And, and she seemed like a seasoned veteran at that point as well. So I feel like, she's been a fixture of the skyrunning world, of the shorter distance trail world for a very long time. And over the last year, we've seen her step up to the 100K distance and now to the 100-mile distance. And it's really just a delight to follow along with Yuri as she kind of finds, what is going to be next for her in her career.
Yeah, and so Adrien Combe, who went through the first checkpoint in third position, has just dropped down one spot, currently running in fourth. But by the way he's looking up, I think Gwendal Moise is probably just ahead of him. And also one runner that I'm surprised to see so far back, quote unquote, is in 18th place, Jérôme van der Schegg, who we were anticipating to be one of the strongest runner. And last time I checked, he was in 15th or 16th, and then he's dropped to 18th. So I hope everything is okay with him. As we have seen in the past, like with Ludo or other runners, like you can certainly come back in the later stages. So I'll keep an eye on him to see how he is, and hopefully that's just a conservative start on purpose and not already troubles very, very early on.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where the beginning of races can just be bad. They can go poorly, they can feel awful, etc. And sometimes they stay awful, and that can be your decision if it's worth continuing on at that point. But oftentimes too, I've started races or workouts or runs where it's like, man, the first 30 minutes feels hard and bad and just not good. And then, suddenly 50K in or 60K in, which sounds crazy, particularly if you're newer to trail and ultra running, where you're like, it took you 60K to feel good. Sometimes all of a sudden you just find your rhythm and find your groove, and it's like you're running for 160K, like you've got time to work your way back up in the field, etc. So, or for those of you in the mid or back of the pack too, like it can feel really awful, and you're close to time cutoffs early in the race, and then all of a sudden you like get through the high section of the course and you start to feel better, and all of a sudden, instead of being 10 minutes ahead of the cutoff, you're 40 minutes ahead of the cutoff, an hour ahead of the cutoff. So it's like, don't judge a race by the first 30 or 40 minutes. Give yourself some time to warm up into it. But yeah, it can be a little bit devastating to be starting a race and not quite sure if it's going to be your day or not, because bad days happen as well. You can be perfectly prepared, perfectly trained, as fit as possible, and just not have a good day because you're still asking your body to do a big thing in a specific 24 to 48 hour window. And we've all had those bad days. And so it sucks when they line up with your race day, but just kind of reminiscing on how that happens. Sometimes I work as a running coach. When I'm not on air with Martin talking about running, I'm talking to other people about their running. And I can tell you firsthand, we have good days and we have bad days. Everyone has them. And so, for those of you that are watching this because you're racing the 50K or the 100K tomorrow or the 22K on Sunday, like, don't judge your race by the first couple kilometers. Give yourself a chance. Give yourself some grace, because who knows what's going to happen over the back half of the race.
Yeah, Corinne, and so in those cases, so sure there is the good day, the bad day, that's undeniable, and if you've been in the sport long enough, we've all experienced them. But then, or you can also go through a low, or you've started too fast, and your like system is just in shock, and everything goes a bit haywire. But so what would you recommend? Because like I always say that the kind of trivial thing being like look after yourself, pace yourself, relax, eat well, drink well. But is there anything else that can be done to put yourself out of a just a like not feeling good and turn it around?
I mean, you do truly have to troubleshoot sometimes, right? Like I think I tell athletes, okay, like think about. I love that Yuri's got bib number 1, I think, on. That's so cool. That's awesome. Oftentimes we don't see that. The women don't get that number 1 bib, but I think that's number 1 on her bib right there. So just had to point that out. Yeah, she has bib number 1. That is really, really cool. And that's because she's got that high UTMB index score. Heck yeah. Okay, distraction. I think that when things are going wrong in a race, it's just important to reflect for a second. Like a lot of people try to avoid it, right? They just try to say, I'm just not going to think about it. I'm going to avoid acknowledging this feeling and it'll go away. Avoidance, I don't think is actually the best strategy. And I think the research supports that at this point. It's more about adapting, like accepting and kind of moving through it. So it's like, okay, why might I be tired? Why might my quads hurt? Why might my stomach be off? And like being willing to fix it. Like to try things and fix it. I've gotten very stubborn in races and my stomach's been bad. And instead of trying to fix it, I just don't eat for 40 kilometers. That doesn't help. Turns out it's not a good strategy. So I think it's instead of ignoring it or avoiding it, really like accepting what's going on and like just being like, okay, I'm going to try this. And just agreeing to try the new thing, be it changing your running stride because you're cramping a little bit, or, checking in with your thermoregulation, or you can't eat gels anymore because you're nauseated. Okay, well, they've got bread and cheese at the next aid station. We're going to try some bread and cheese. And we're going to like give ourselves a couple minutes to actually eat it instead of trying to rush out of the aid station and see if that helps us reset, etc. So I think it's those little things in which, it's easy to get stubborn and stuck and avoid what's happening. And I would just encourage you to listen and acknowledge and adapt instead. And I think that it's not going to fix everything, but I think when things go a little bit awry, not allowing yourself to get into a negative headspace and like instead just like trying to troubleshoot through the problem is kind of my go ahead. There are times though where I've told athletes like, hey, if you need to sit on a rock on the side of the trail and regroup for a couple minutes because you're spiraling, because you're having a bad day and you're tired and like everything is going wrong, just sit down for a second. Just sit on a rock for a couple minutes and like exhale and breathe and like just calm down. Because I think a lot of us too, particularly if you've got a really big goal, right? I want to be top 3. I want to make the cutoffs. I want to finish this race. I'm scared. It's hard. It's new. I've never done a 100-mile race, etc. And things are going wrong. It's really easy to get scared. And when you get scared, it's easy to panic and work yourself up. And so I've told athletes like, hey, like sometimes you just got to stop on the side of the trail and give yourself 2 minutes and like drink some water and like then like get up and like get back into it type of thing. So I think that is, that might be an odd strategy, but I've seen it work. I felt it work. And so I'd say, don't be afraid to sit on a rock for 2 or 3 minutes and regroup before getting going again.
I like that. That's going to be my takeaway. Like sit on the rock and just turn things around. I agree with the negative headspace.
Yeah, you're going to be like, Corinne told me I can sit on a rock.
I'm sitting on the rock and I'm going to get better. And once I'm going to get better, it's going to be back and I'm going to have a jolly good time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing some movement there. Our gentleman there has been overtaken a couple times.
So yeah, Adrien Combe is now falling back into fifth. So maybe a bit of an intense start for the Frenchman. And in the meantime, and as you were explaining all that and sharing your knowledge and experience and recommendations to our audience, like Roberto was going through a section that looked really, really steep in the grass, but he now seems to have settled into like a really strong pace, but like it doesn't seem aggressive anymore. There's not that stomping kind of motion. So he's just powering through the hill, getting it done. And yeah, we'll see how that goes at the next checkpoint. And if he would have increased his gap, he was just 1 minute ahead of Jonathan Moncani.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the gap is at the top of this climb. Again, we still have a ways to go. He's got another 5 or so kilometers, I think, to go up to the top of this climb. He'll go above tree line, which will feel pretty good, I think. I think on a big climb like this, you're working your way through tree. I think these are larches. So in the US, we call these trees larches or tamaracks. And they're, instead of being an evergreen, they're a type of pine that actually their leaves their like needles turn yellow in the fall. And I call them like Dr. Seuss trees. I think that's what they're coming up through is I think it's a bunch of larches through this section, which is really, really beautiful. They have not turned color here yet, but they're these big pine trees that their leaves their needles turn yellow in the fall. And it's really striking when it happens. But this looks like a partial larch forest, which is really, we have it a lot in like the western US, like out in the Pacific Northwest, into parts of like Idaho and western Montana as well, and then somewhat in like the northern part of the Midwest additionally. But I'd never seen a larch until I was like in college, until I was in my 20s. So it's quite striking in the fall when it happens. But okay, on our screen, Yuri Yoshizumi, the Japanese athlete, still leading this women's race, making her way up towards the next aid station on this course. But we have just been informed that we have to take a quick commercial break. We're going to leave you for a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have more from the Nice Côte d'Azur 100 mile by UTMB.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
All right, I'll take that one. We're back with Roberto Mastrotto from Italy, who's leading a train of French runners. He has been pretty much leading from end to end. If you're joining us right now, he is on the longest climb of this race, up to the highest point as well. So get a lot of superlatives early on. And he had a 1 minute lead on the second place runner, about 6Ks in. Just under 6 miles in, sorry. And so we're pretty curious to see when he's going to get to the 17-kilometer point to see how much of a different and how much of a lead he would have built on the following runners, because as per the images that we've seen so far, he seems to be clearly the one moving the fastest on that whole climb. And it'll be interesting to see how much of a lead he would have built, and also see how he feels, because as Corinne was saying, they've all kind of overshot the first aid station, so they're probably going to take a little bit of time to regroup, refuel, and hopefully we'll have images of that to gauge how they are feeling. And look at that, just like this, it is not a fake or AI generated landscape. This is the Mercantour. And it's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's a beautiful start to the race in absolutely beautiful weather. Kind of curious to see what the rest of the day brings, what the night brings for these athletes. You and I were working for Val d'Aran earlier this summer, and it started off beautiful and then got very stormy very quickly. But I think that it's projected to be very good weather all weekend long for the numerous races that are taking place here. Again, we're following the 165-kilometer, the 100-mile race here at Nice Côte by UTMB. Tomorrow we'll be following along with the 50K and 100K distances that will take place as well. Again, the 100K tomorrow is that golden ticket race for the Western States 100. So there's kind of two things on the line in that race. Right now, again, the Italian leading a train of Frenchmen. I believe still probably making up places 2 through 12 behind him. And then on the women's side, the Japanese runner Yuri Yoshizumi still leads the women up this first climb as well. And I think we all are anticipating some interesting timing splits from the top of this climb up near the high point of the race course, 11 miles or 17 kilometers into the race. And he will soon be above tree line, which is, once again, he knows that he's making his way well up this climb as the trees start to thin out a little bit, as he starts to get more onto the exposed hillside, knowing that the top of the climb at the Refugio will be well above tree line there. That is something that he'll be keeping his eye on. Our cameras are going to kind of be jumping back through the field as well. Now back on our fourth male athlete, who we've seen kind of moving up steadily through this field before bouncing back to our camera. That should be with Yuri as well. But I'm curious. Yeah, the timing checkpoints were pretty close together down at the 8-kilometer mark. Really curious to see how this long climb of over 1,000 meters, I think you said a 1,300 meter climb, the biggest climb of the course. Really curious to see how that breaks up the field, if there's any significant time gaps that open up in this first large climb.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because it will indeed spread out the runners, but knowing that they're all going into the night, I'd be curious to see who chooses to actually find a running partner for the night. And as you see on your screen, the whole course profile is they're going to be a big chunk with that second huge climb broken down into several that they will tackle throughout the night. And so once again, being with a partner or two will definitely help reduce the let's say mental energy that running through the night requires, making sure you're following the right track, making sure you're staying on pace, you're looking after yourself. If you have additional pairs of eyes with you, racing with you, that is always a big game changer. But that doesn't seem to be the plan for Roberto Mastrotto, who's transitioning into running here, not sparing any second.
Yeah, he's looking for every opportunity to run on this course. As you mentioned earlier, he's been top 10 at Lavaredo, which is definitely a very runnable race. I want to say it's fast, but at the same time, it's long at 120 kilometers. It's definitely, I think, kind of a good stepping stone distance for athletes who have run maybe a 50 mile or an 80K race up to about a 100K race, doing that Lavaredo 120, which starts in the night as well, I think is a good kind of jump for athletes who are curious about doing a 165 kilometer race. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously got leg speed. We saw him charging in that downhill through town. The descent off the top of this climb as well, he's got some kind of rolling terrain up high before finally descending around the 30 kilometer mark. And that descent down into the valley, if I remember correctly from last year, is quite steep. So I'm very curious to see what that actually looks like for these runners, because I feel like last year it was like a very steep grassy slope at points in time. So we'll be kind of keeping our eyes open. Someone in the chat said, I can hear my quads ripping from here type of thing. Like I know it's going to be a punishing downhill. So we'll be curious to see what that looks like. Again, from the drone footage here, that is our camera runner behind that first runner. And there was no one else in that drone shot. So he's definitely opened up a little bit of a gap on this climb. And once again, curious to see what that actually looks like at the top.
Yeah, and I feel like this is on kind of the, not quite the ridge, but on this almost top of that mountainside, and I'm gonna go around, and right behind those trees is where we had aerial shots of the lake and the refuge. So Roberto is making his way. He's getting close to the date station, probably another 10-15 minutes, and we'll see him there. And as you said, like that long downhill before Isola, Nuts was giving us the stats. It's like 1,700 meters in 7 Ks. So
oof, brutal.
So it's so early in the race, you really want to think like light and smooth on your feet. Possibly, like if that was me, I would be using my poles going downhill, just to reduce the amount of pounding you get in your legs and slow you down with the use of your upper body, because it's very less likely that you're gonna break muscle fiber in your arms than in your legs, and if that happens, when you can still run with cramped up arms, so that's all good. And I can't remember who that was, but talking about runners using their poles on the way down and be like, oh, he must be tired at this point. But it's either you're tired or you're trying to be smart, because such a descent so early in the race, if you just let go a little bit too much, because you're still going to be fresh. You're like 23 Ks in, 23 miles in. Sorry, I get confused between Ks and miles. 23 miles in is really not much out of 100 miles. And so, yeah, you'll be like, oh, sweet, like I'm feeling good. I'm just going to keep rolling. And that could be a mistake that you're going to pay a hard price for later on the race. So now,
you got to be calculated.
Yeah.
And they're through the steepest because we had. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, we had that graphic on our screen for just a moment with the kind of that elevation profile, and they are through the steepest part of the climbing. The steepest part was through the forest there, where we had the grade well above 20% in places, and so he's knowing how this guy can run too. There's gonna be moments on the top part of this climb where we will see him switch into running, even if it's just for steps at a time around a flatter switchback, etc. But he is through the steepest part of the run, or steepest part of this specific climb, as he makes his way up towards that 17 kilometer mark.
Yeah, and so it seemed in the top 5 that positions were kind of swapping and changing a little bit. So if we have another camera runner who's in the mix. It'd be cool to see whether Jonathan Moncani, bib number 6 from France, is still in second place, and Gwendal Moissan, bib number 5, is still in third. I know Adrien Combe has moved down to 5th, and I'm missing the name of the runner who had just creeped up into 4th position. My guess is like Pozzonio. And if you want to know more about some runners' stories, there's the UTMB podcast called Crossed Path, and essentially it is the podcast with one elite runner and one quote unquote normal runner, and they both chat about their personal experience about running and ultra running and share their personal experiences, and it's pretty powerful, pretty good. So if you're out on a long run and you're feeling lonely and like you could listen to something, well, there's that podcast available.
Yeah, I've had a number of teammates and friends get to record episodes for it, and it seems like everyone has a good time chatting with someone else from one of the UTMB events. It seems like a really cool conversation between, so one of our favorites, be it Petter Engdahl or Joe Malmsley or Danny Moreno, I know, recorded one. Martina Valmasoy has recorded one. Yeah, and then another person, another runner from the race. I think Killian did one. Yeah, it's a cool concept. It's, kind of a nice meeting of the minds between, the very front of the pack and, kind of quote unquote your everyday runner. And I think it's been able to provide some insight of how there's a lot more in common, a lot more overlap between those two individuals than there are differences.
Yeah, and sometimes you realize that it is not rocket science; it is just running, and so it's refreshing to see that. Yeah, the training sometimes is similar. The life challenges are similar, whether you're an elite athlete, pro athlete, or just a competitive mid-packer. We'd sometimes tend to put elite athletes on a pedestal, but they're just humans first. And it's pretty good. So give it a listen, and you can let us know how you feel about it, or if you already have, actually let us know what your best moment or your takeaways were from it.
Yeah, getting up high now on the course, probably less than 3K or so from that aid station. And I'm always excited to see what the runners look like in the aid stations, just because I think it's pretty telling of how they're feeling. How do they interact with the aid station volunteers? Do they feel rushed? Do they feel calm? It's definitely a little bit breezier up there, but not so breezy that we can't keep our drones in the sky. So that's always nice to see. Someone in the chat asked, kind of, I think jokingly, and camera runner on the ground there, sticking with him pretty well. What if the camera runner wins the race? And I said, well, the camera runners trade out and they leapfrog with e-bikes, so they don't run the whole thing. Though we almost just took a little bit of a tumble right there. But to do this climb without poles too would be awful. So he's to be fair though, I mean at UTMB, for example, that's literally some of the very best runners in the sport who just aren't racing that weekend are the runners out there as camera runners as well. So I think it's pretty cool to get to witness how everyone's involved in making this thing happen. Same thing happened at Golden Trail World Series, over at Mammoth Trail Fest just last week, where fan favorite Francesco Pupi was a bit under the weather, didn't feel comfortable racing, but definitely picked up a GoPro and helped with some filming for the event. And I think that was just really cool to see people kind of all hands on deck helping, making things happen. I know Danny Moreno's done that at the Golden Trail World Series finals before. After having to withdraw from the stage race, she ended up being a camera runner for one of the later stages. So it's kind of fun to see very fast athletes racing and very fast athletes chasing the racers as well to make this whole thing possible. I do think they're going to try to squeeze in one more commercial break before we get to the top of this climb. So we are going to leave you again for just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. And when we come back, we should be watching our leading athletes coming through the 17-kilometer mark up at the High Point aid station.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Back to the front of our women's race, 13 kilometers in. Here is Yuri Yoshizumi leading our women up this climb. And again, we'll be intercepting our lead male athletes as well through the top aid station on the kind of high point of this climb at the 17 kilometer mark. So we'll be going back and forth between the front of our women's race and the front of our men's race. And I, as well as many of you, are probably waiting with bated breath to see what those time splits actually look like up at that 17 kilometer mark.
Yeah, and speaking of which, here it is. Just sitting on the edge of a cliff and overlooking a beautiful high alpine lake. I would volunteer to man that aid station. This is fantastic location, and the runners hopefully will have a chance to look around them at the magnificence of the area. Take it all in. And actually, this is not the top of the climb. If you're following the live on the live.utmb.world, you can scroll down a little bit and you'll see the course profile, and you'll see that the Refuge des Rabuons is actually not quite at the top of that climb. So there will be just a little bit of climbing before dropping and back up at the Pas de Col Long before that killer drop into Isola.
Yeah, that descent into Isola, I think, is scaring people in the live chat as well. It looks very, very steep in places. It loses, I think, 1,700 meters, we said, in just about 7 kilometers, so under 5 miles. It's a very, very steep climb that is kind of quad destroying for so early into this race. So lots of ascending and descending to go. Again, this race has, I think, like 8,000-ish meters of climbing, about 27,600 feet of climbing or so over 102 miles or about 165 kilometers. It's a lot of climbing to be and descending to be had yet. So don't want to blow your quads up on this first climb and this first big descent. You have a long way to go.
Yeah, and finishing a race with blown out quads or IT bands it's just everything but fun. It even looks painful to watch. So don't try this. If you can avoid this, that's a win. And I like the conversation about Canada and big mountains. I think the landscape is absolutely perfect, but coming from a European opinion, at least, is like, well, maybe sending people out for 100 miles, maybe throw an overnight when there's bears and mountain lions and all this stuff, like, probably freaks out Europeans a lot. So I know this is still the case in many places in the US, but like, I know the Banff, Canmore area, like right when you come into the Canadian Rocky Mountains, and you do not run out there without a bear with you and bear spray. So maybe that's one reason. But big shout out to all the race organizers in Canada. We'd love to come over there. And look at that.
Yeah. Once again, it's about finding that partnership that works. And one of the big, not issues, but pieces of the puzzle that's important for a by UTMB race is just being able to have enough runners. Oh, it's such a beautiful part of the course. I remember this part from last year, and it was windy and there was clouds just rolling through here. So yeah, opening it up again as they make their way up towards this refugio. This is such a spectacular portion of this course.
And I don't know what in almost of the landscape, or the fact that Roberto is really motoring. He's moving hard.
Yeah, running.
Wow. He's just not letting go.
Yeah, we expect him at the refuge in like 10 minutes or so.
It almost looks hard for the camera runner to be able to keep up. And so, as we see him on the screen, and Corinne was talking about the whole crew of elite runners who are kind of taking over and standing behind the cameras to offer us those images. We do have possibly once again Benjamin Robiol, the 2023 Long Trail World Champion, who raced Skyrun, a short sky race last weekend, and might be in the south of France, part of the team that's covering the Nice by UTMB. So just to back up what you were saying, Corinne, about the world-class athletes who are involved as camera runners. And look at this. You are right behind Yuri on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side, drone shot of our men's leader, Roberto Mastrotto. We are indeed a long way from refreshing the Twitter feed to know what's going on in a race.
Yeah, we've advanced a little bit. We have nearly footfall for footfall coverage over the span of a 100-mile race these days, which leaves very little to the imagination. People used to just appear at aid stations and you'd wonder what kind of epic battles they'd been through. We get to see many of those epic battles play out on the live broadcast, which is absolutely insane to think about how far this has come in like the last 3 years, let alone 5 years or 10 years. So yeah, we've come a long way from sitting at home refreshing the Twitter feed, but we will soon have our first place male through this aid station up at the refugio. He's got a little ways to go yet, but we expect him there in the next 5 to 7 minutes, I would say. But yeah, I said, this upper part isn't that steep and that we'd see him switch back over to running. And sure enough, not only is he running, but he's running quite quickly along this stretch of trail.
Yep, Roberto's on a mission, and you can, in the chat, place your bets about how big the gap between Roberto and second place, who we assume is Jonathan Moncani, will be at this first aid station, second aid station, at 17 k's in, and I'm putting a 4 minute. 4 minute. That's my number. What's yours?
You said 4 minutes?
4 minutes between first and second.
Yeah, I'll say 3 minutes just to keep it spicy.
and then we've been looking at Roberto moving so well and so strong, and perhaps we didn't see that second place runner was going even harder, and actually he's even closing the gap. But we don't.
Yeah, we'll
we don't
find
know.
out. Only time will tell.
We'll find out indeed. Yeah. Yeah, grilled sushi is in the house as well. You were with us last 2 weeks ago for Wildstrubel by UTMB in Valais. So good to see more and more familiar names and familiar faces joining us for this live coverage. Happy days.
Yeah, plenty of ultra running super fans that come back week after week, and we see you in the live chat, putting in your guesses, telling us where you're cheering from, etc. It's been pretty awesome to have so many of you follow along at so many of these races this year. Feels like we've gotten to know a lot of you all over the course of the summer. Big step up there around that rock. But yeah, our lead male, Roberto, looks really, really strong right now. Again, a lot of racing left to be had, but he has taken this race out fast and aggressively and is almost to the second aid station up at the 17-kilometer mark.
Wow, so you can see it from his perspective. So he hasn't seen the refuge or the lake. So once everything is going to unveil in front of him, man, that's going to be such a good feeling. And so in the women's, right behind Yuri, if you were right, it was Laura van Voeren from Belgium. And I was looking at her profile, and she's been running at least since 2020, but that would seem quite recent still. And that would be her first attempt at 100 miles actually, and she's gradually moved up in the distance. And I think she did her first 100K, which is actually it was an 80K, a 50 miler in Belgium in 2022, so just last year. And she did another 50 miler earlier this year that she won, and then the Mont-Blanc Marathon 90K, which is a really tough one with a whole lot of elevation gain and loss, and she finished third. So she's geared up for the mountains, and it's going to be good to see how she handles this extra 60K that usually are quite a game-changing factor between 100K and 100 miles race.
Yeah, it's always cool to see athletes take that leap, step up in distance, do something a little bit different.
So at least the anticipation
These
from
drone shots are so cool. Sorry.
Oh yeah, agreed. At least the algorithm that's anticipating when the runners are going to get to the aid station actually got it right. So he's just stayed on pace from the start. Comparing the start to the first aid station to the first aid station to the second aid station, because he's anticipated to be there in 2 minutes. And oh wow! So they're branching off the trail. There's probably markings down on the floor taking them in this direction. Oh, that's cool. To cut straight to the refuge and not go around probably the lake shores. Man, those views. Yes, I feel like Life Trail was pretty optimistic, because I don't think like Roberto has been slacking on that climb, and yet he was anticipated to arrive already a minute ago by our race predictor. So that was definitely optimistic.
Yeah, but he's about to run into it right now. We're 30 seconds out of the aid station.
There we go. We do have it. Perfect. I was asking to have the audio from the camera runner to hear if there's any word exchanged at the aid station. And the bells are ringing to welcome Roberto Mastrotto.
Ouais. Comme ça, moi, je... Quel dossard juste... je le fais là. Vous la tiens? C'est dur, ça marche. Comment? Tu veux de l'eau? Une soparine. Mets ton bouchon. Prenez du coca. Tu veux encore de l'énergétique? Tu veux que je te remplisse de quoi? D'eau? Pardon. C'est comme le service. Je vais mettre avec toi qu'on a un morceau, je sais que j'ai une morceau aussi. Ouais, mais moi aussi, je vais essayer de pas te gêner. Tu veux que je te remplisse d'eau, quoi? C'est bon? C'est pour casser le live, c'est ça? Ouais, c'est ça. Ok. C'est démontable. Ah, il a bon. Tu veux de l'eau? Pas de banane, rien. C'est beau ici. C'est pas mal, ouais. Ouais, je suis parti du bas. Ouais, c'est ça.
All right, so that was the 8 stations stop for Roberto Mastrotto, and a lot of things we had anticipated did occur. He took his time, refilled both water bottles. It was good to hear all the volunteers asking, "Oh, what do you want? Do you want Coke? Do you want water?" But the poor guy just did not quite speak French, to my understanding, because he did not reply at all. He was just like, "Merci, merci," which obviously is now internationally known. Yeah, he did not only refill his flask, but he did drink quite a lot as well, which it's probably a good thing, but also showed that he had spent the whole first 17 Ks of the race on probably what was a liter, at best a liter and a half. And off he was. He looked composed, doing his own thing. I don't know what you think, or would you like to add, Corinne, to this?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what that split looks like. Didn't look like a rushed aid station. Looked really efficient, and that he got out of there pretty quickly. Kind of keep in that mind that they literally ran through the aid station at the bottom of the climb. So kind of good to see that. And then the next question is, what does that split look like back behind him to the next 2 to 4 guys? Very, very curious to see how far back 2 and 3 are and what they look like coming to that aid station as well.
And so it looks like the checkpoint is on the way out of the aid station. So we actually won't have a true split, or at least that split will include the break at the aid station.
The aid station time. Yeah, which is fine. Correct. It all counts, right? The clock doesn't stop just because you're there.
It does indeed. It does indeed. And we've seen that more and more athletes practice even the aid station with the aid station scenario with their crew to be sure that they save or they don't waste precious seconds or sometimes minutes. And there you go. Yuri Yoshizumi putting the poles away. It's good because it means that she really does know the course. It's a slight uphill, but she's decided that she could do without. Much faster transition here for a second place runner, and we'll see very shortly who that was. But while coming into the aid station, I was not too far off the 4-minute split. Coming out of the aid station, I'm definitely going to be wrong, and that will definitely probably be closer to 3 minutes, probably just under that.
Yeah, we'll get a split here in a second. It's not registering yet, but that will update online here momentarily, I believe. We, like all of you at home, are just wildly refreshing things on our screens, hoping that we get accurate checkpoints, and that split still has not come through, so it's quite delayed.
And there we go. We get the splits, and it is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Once again, Crane, you win.
Okay.
And
we have 1, 2, and 3 through there.
Yes, correct. That's what I just saw. So 1 minute back.
Yeah, so just...
Moisson.
Yeah, that's really, really awesome to see. So yeah, a tight race behind our first place male right now. 1, 2, and 3, all basically there together. 2.5 minutes, or I guess 3.5 minutes from first to third, leaving that aid station. All moving probably at similar speeds at this point too. So it's kind of like someone will need to slow down for there to be a big shakeup. But it looks like they're moving at similar speeds as they kind of head into this next section, and I'm curious to see what that looks like when they make their way across this high section of the course. And then, oh my goodness, who survives that downhill around the 30K mark will definitely be telling of what might happen this evening anyway.
Yeah, and if anything, like if I were in that top 3, I would want to be the slowest on that downhill. Just like...
Yeah. You're not going to win the race there, but you could lose it there for sure.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better. And yeah, it is still impressive because so Roberto had a minute on Jonathan, second place, at the aid station at the bottom of the climb, and Roberto, as strong and aggressive as he was looking on that climb, he only put 90 seconds, another 90 seconds on Jonathan, so adding up to 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, which is not that much at all.
No, it's not a ton. So I think that I think we could have a really cool tight race. And then the next question will be too, we knew the women were similarly very close at the bottom of this climb. Yuri's really good when it comes to going uphill, so curious to see what that looks like at the top split as well as she runs her way across this kind of flatter to gradual uphill section. We should see a split from her probably in the next 15 or so minutes at the top aid station. Curious to see where the women are behind her as well. But yeah, we're heading into, I mean, it should be tight racing. We're only 11-ish miles, 17K or so into the race. We'd like to see nice, tight, close racing. So we are seeing that on the men's side. I believe we'll be seeing that on the women's side as well. We're just waiting for our next set of splits, and then it'll be probably an hour or more before we get our next splits from the men around that 18 mile or 30 kilometer mark before that very steep, maybe treacherous descent into Isola.
Yeah, and for like those who like to plan things, we're gonna be live until probably 5:30 p.m. local time. So all the way until the 40K mark, around that. So just to give you an idea of how you can plan your evening or rest of the day or rest of the night. And then we'll be back tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. For to cover the 3 races. So we'll start off with the start of the 50K that starts at 8 a.m. local time, and then we'll be back with the 100-mile race at 10, and then 10:30 we'll be going back and forth between the 100 miles and 100K up until 2 p.m. 100K will be until 2 p.m. from 8:15 to 2 p.m. So there's going to be a whole lot of changing, going back and forth, and we'll go back to the 50K, go back to the 100 miles for the finishes, and we will be until the late hours of the evening with the finish of the 100K in Nice. So a big program tomorrow. Get ready.
Yeah, you're stuck with Martin and I for a very, very long time. If you're here to watch UTMB, I guess Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB this weekend, you're stuck with the two of us for quite a while. But it does sound like we're going to take another quick commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be because we're going to be watching Yuri Yoshizumi, the woman on your screen, as she makes her way to the 17-kilometer mark aid station. We're going to leave you for just a couple minutes, so please don't go anywhere. I'm going to use this opportunity to get a snack, and we'll be back very shortly.
Ooh, snackaroo.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And there we go. We are back with our men's leader from Italy, Roberto Mastrotto. And we might have like a little bit of a replay of the start this morning. Yes, indeed. So let's walk you through what happened during the race since the very start. Started in the city of Oron at almost 12. It was about 10 minutes past 12, considering that they had a delayed start because they had found a wasp nest on the course. So they got rid of that before they let the runner go through. And we had our first runner go through, and this is Yuri Yoshizumi, the Japanese runner who went through the aid station and, just like in the men's, did not stop at all before tackling this 1,300 meter climb up to the 17K aid station up at the refuge. It's called the Rabuon, and alongside that beautiful lake. And actually, Roberto Mastrotto took quite a bit of time to refill, to drink, and regroup before leaving the aid station. And then he was followed very shortly by Jonathan Moncani. And let me check again, just to make sure. And then, yes, it was Gwendal Moison. Followed by Paul Zunio. Paul, who crept into fourth place. And then Christophe Polasek 5th place, Arnaud Colou 6th place, and Jérôme Fernandez 7th place. Kevin Michaud 8th place, Patrick Board. Patrick Board, a very familiar name, ladies and gentlemen, the father of Manon, and a accomplished and weathered ultra runner as well. And it's good to see that Jérôme van der Schegg, we were quite confused and a bit worried, to be honest, about him. Seeing him last I had checked, he was in 18th position while he was one of the favorites on the start line, but he's moving up nice and steady, and went through the Refuge des Rouabons in 10th place, some 11 minutes back, so making his way. This is still the very early hours of this race, so that's going to be possibly a remontada for Jérôme van der Schegg. Back with the women's now, with in the lead, bib number 1 is Yuri Yoshizumi, and she at the last aid station was followed by Laura Van Vuren and Daphne Dalulek. Daphne Dalulek was anticipated to be doing really well by Le Duc. Hugo Ferrari, who's commenting in French, and he said, "Oh, yep, I know this name." And then followed by another French female runner, Anna Dersken, and then a runner from Belgium, Julie Gretti. So we are in the last switchbacks, and then a final traverse for Yuri to make it to the Refuge de Rouabon. Refuge de Rouabon qui is alongside, once again, that beautiful lake.
Ouais, pas de soucis.
And it looks like we have 2 camera runners following Yuri. So they were talking with one another. It's like, oh, when we get to the aid station, let me know if you need anything. They are clearly helping each other out. And so you can see as well that the resources that we allocate to the men's and the women's are equal, if not more, for the women's. And those camera runners must have been in the men's lead and then dropping back. So we had a few images of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th runner in the males before dropping back. So hopefully this was part of the plan for this runner to drop back and not a technical issue or physical issue. So we will see how that goes. But then again, as anticipated, based on the rankings at the first aid station, Laura Van Vuren, Daphne Nadulek should be the next 2 women that we'll see on the images, as Corinne is back in the house.
Yeah, I just had to stuff some toast in my face so that my stomach would stop grumbling, and I'll hopefully stay awake even better. But yeah, I'm excited to see kind of what those splits are from our leading women as we make it up to this second aid station, first high point aid station. You know, what does that gap look like? You know, we've been seeing Yuri amongst this group of guys for quite some time, wearing that bib number 1, which I still just love. But yeah, very curious to see what is going on in that chasing group behind her as they head across the highest section of the course.
Yeah, and you see, like on the right hand side of your screen, Roberto still charging in first, is still climbing, and that's what we're explaining. They go through the aid station, and then it's a bit of a climb, and then drops down, and then climbs back almost up to the same elevation at 2,600, like just above 2,600 meters of altitude.
Yeah. This is not the highest point on the course, but it is their first big aid station up at the elevation.
So there you go. There's a refuge, and then it drops to climb back up shortly after. And then that's the crazy down to Isola village, which looks on at least there like very early they're going to be in tree line or below tree line, so it's only going to be the very first part that would be in a rock, and people are assuming on the chat, knowing Mercantour, that it could actually be quite technical. And then that is the second monster climb of this race that I believe will be taken on at night before getting to Col d'Andrion, and then down. This is confusing here, but they're going down from 1600 to almost 800 meters, and all the way down to Levens Rivet École before going back up to Montferrion.
Yeah, we had a quite steep grassy descent. I think it was in this section last year as well. So it's very possible that is part of that descent. And Isola is that a very steep kind of. I think at one point we're like, is there a trail there, or are they just kind of just like sending it down this grassy slope? And I think there's a bit of just like sending it down the grassy slope that does take place in this race specifically.
Well, lucky it's not wet.
Yeah, last year it was a different story.
And see, as you were saying, Yuri is making quick way of those technical sections, as much as proportionally they're probably like even more challenging for her being so short, but she's just has developed those skills to move lightly over technical terrain during many years of skyrunning. And we'll see her go through the aid station in some less than 5 minutes now. She's going to go across the gorge, get off the trail on the right hand side. And we've lost her. Oh no, we're back.
There we go. Yeah, someone in the chat was saying, there aren't very many races that have that kind of descent in a single that much descent in a single descent. But I have, like I did a race in Austria just a couple weeks ago. Same sort of thing. We had a very, very steep descent off the top of our final climb of the course, and it was, there was only a 45-kilometer race that had 10,000 feet of climbing in it. And even there, we found some ways to pack a lot of descending into a very, very short period of time. I think it was probably similar coming off the top of that climb where we lost.
Yeah, I mean.
I lost 4,000 feet in the span of 4 miles.
Yeah.
And it was, I think, 4,500 feet in the span of 5.5 miles or something.
Nice. But then I guess it's a bit of a different ball game. Like if you're running into your finish line, you'd be like, oh well, whatever. You can blast yourself because then you're done. So I think you can let's say anticipate. Oh wow, he is looking back quite a bit. There was only a minute between him and Gwendelmoison, so he probably
I think he heard this other runner there. And I can't tell if this is another runner that's out. It looks like it's another camera runner because they did the tag. They did the tag off, I think. And so he looked back to, or she. Actually, that's Yuri Yoshizumi there. So that's not what we were just seeing. But yeah, oftentimes these runners, particularly runners who are being followed by a camera runner, you're going to see them look back to be like, where is the next runner? Am I worried about another runner, or is it just another camera person? And that is definitely a little bit confusing at the front end of these races.
And there she is, only a few meters until the aid station. And we'll see Yuri Yoshizumi. So you see she's finishing her flasks before filling them up. And I love, like, if anybody on the chat can hear and understand French, you can hear the accent from the south of France, which is very chanting, which is actually quite cool. So it adds to the experience. You're truly immersed in the culture.
Ça c'est énergisant.
Patrice, mais qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Tu mets un lièvre ou quoi?
Ah, merci. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez? C'est bon? Oh, c'est bon? Nickel. Ah ouais? Qu'est-ce que tu veux? Dans l'autre cas ou dans celui-là? Parce que
Yeah, cute. Well, it looked pretty smooth. She just knew what she wanted, knew what she was gonna do, and just made her way through all the bigger people around her, like going hard at the aid station, and then off she was with everything she needed. You can definitely feel the experience from Yuri. Not getting rushed, not getting excited, just getting the job done. So I guess our drone pilot is trying to find our second female. Coming into Refuge des Rabions. And you can certainly appreciate here what those 1,300 meters of climb represent by having a quick look at the valley down there. And I actually believe that on the left-hand side of your screen is where they started. They drop down into the valley and then back up on this side. And yes, Jean-Yves, I think we can all agree, she is, like, Yuri is a beast. And it's even more impressive when we see her silhouette, usually quite unassuming. We're like, really? Like, just the military equipment is probably half her body weight. And yet she is there, always smiling, and that is the one constant. You know, there's always things going on in an ultra, in a long race. There's ups, there's down. Doesn't matter. Yuri is always smiling. There's a few runners like this where nothing can seem to shake their spirits.
Yeah, for sure. She's definitely one of those people.
And so it's always good to follow her and through her successes and new experiences, because again, if you're joining us now, Yuri's gonna explore the 100K distance for a couple of years now, and successfully so. And so this is her first step into a 100-mile distance, and so first step into the unknown as soon as she'll be over the 100K mark. So that'll be an exciting time.
Yeah, just hearing that drone a little bit as it comes in and out of image there. But yeah, we're watching our next female athlete make her way into this top aid station. So yeah, Yuri's opened up quite a nice little gap over second.
Yeah, and I think this
on this one specific climb.
UTMB is the greatest.
Yep, I think you're right.
Week in trail running.
On a affaire à des gens ordinaires qui réalisent l'extraordinaire.
Face à la barrière, plus possible de faire marche arrière.
Like Chamonix fever. All the runners are here. You can feel it.
I don't have regrets.
She's a rising talent in the trail running scene right now.
And to be able to give something to the world, which can be small or big or something in between.
And yes, we're back with the woman second place, and it is most likely Laura Van Vuuren from Belgium representing Hoka. She was already in second place at the 5 miles aid station and 17 Ks in. She is still in second place. We'll have the splits as soon as she comes out of the aid station. The split includes the aid station time. And Yuri was quite swift when she went through it. But Laura will most likely have the language advantage. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Change of leader in the men's category on the technical section. And Jonathan Moncani from France, if I'm correct, bib number 6, has clearly that seems he's made up 2.5 minutes and now is moving
in a very,
away.
very short time period.
Yeah. Either he's really pushed hard, perhaps Roberto Mastrotto had to stop for like a pee break or something. But wow. And already, look at that. Like he's already opened up like a 30-minute gap. 30-meter gap, 50-meter gap. Wow. I hope nothing happened to Roberto Mastrotto. But this is clearly a big change. Big move here. And Ivor, even before the descent that everybody seems to be so scared of. And there we go. We've got the check-in for Laura Van Vuuren coming out of the station. So we'll have the split on our screen very soon. And that's going to be something like between 7 and 8 minutes difference between the top 2 female runners.
Yeah, so a lot just happened there, right? We had a changing of the leaders on our men's side there, with our Roberto being overtaken, and then looking over on the women's side, we're still waiting for an official split to come through from that 17-kilometer mark. But we did see our second place athlete make her way into that aid station, but Daphne shouldn't be that far behind as well, so we should be looking for, 1, 2, maybe, or 2, 3, maybe 4 into that aid station in short succession. So we'll be trying to get splits here from that location, now seeing identified as third woman on our screen. Curious to see what those actual splits look like through the refuge aid station here in just a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and if that is indeed Daphne Nadoulek from France, who has a quite a funny profile photo on Live Trail. And there she is.
Yeah, and our official split through the Refugio between 1 and 2 has opened up quite a bit. We're talking 6 or so minutes between first and second position at the Refugio between Yuri Yoshizumi and Laura Van Voren.
Oh, and I'm here cheering Ale Anna, which would mean that Hannah Derksen has actually moved into third place and would have passed Daphne Nadoulek.
That is what it looks like. They were 40 seconds apart at the bottom of the hill, so that just shows that kind of one person is climbing a bit stronger versus the initial downhill. That was kind of more the opening 8 kilometers or so.
And so Hannah would, she's run CCC a month ago. She's one of those runners who would go back to back. I don't know.
Gotta get that qualifier in.
Yeah. She was 48th at CCC, so I don't know if that was the result she was hoping for, or perhaps she's now looking for redemption on this race. But so far, she's looking really good. She's currently sitting in third place, and some 5 minutes back or so from second place.
Yeah, what a great aerial shot from this aid station there from our drone. Keeping it up in the sky, despite a little bit of a breeze coming through this section, but nothing like the weather we had last year at Nice. It was a wet, cold weekend of running for everyone from the 100 miles to the 50K and the 100K. It was, I think, quite a damp experience. So getting to see people come through this in dry sunshine feels pretty good. But there we go, officially 7 minutes between first and second. Another 4 minutes back to our third place woman, Hannah Derksen, who we just saw come through the aid station up high. We did see our first place male athlete, Roberto, being overtaken in the rocky section, not too far from this aid station location. And it'll be interesting to see what that split is over around the 30-kilometer mark, which we should be getting splits from probably about, 40-ish minutes. But current projection is about 38 minutes. My guess is in the next 38 to 40 minutes, we'll get our top couple of men through that next aid station before the brutal looking descent down to Isola. But it sounds like we're going to cut away to a quick commercial break. And when we get back, we'll be able to update you kind of on those top 5, top 10 splits through the 17-kilometer mark before figuring out where the heck our runners are as they make their way across the high country part of this course. Don't go anywhere.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Okay. So, Martin, during that break, you went and gathered some intel on what we saw happen in the men's race, particularly the pass between first and second position. Tell us what you saw. Tell us what you heard. It seems like there's some close racing right now, too, between third and fourth?
Yeah, so Roberto Mastrotto is about to get passed as well by another Frenchman, Gwendal Moison from France. It looked like the Italian runner is struggling a little bit, either on the downhill or on the technical parts, or maybe he's like burned a bit too many matches on that uphill, because that 2.5 minute lead on who was second place, Jonathan Moncani, has completely melted down, and then Jonathan Moncani is gone ahead in the lead, and now it's Gwendal Moison who just passed Roberto. So a lot of action here in the lead of the men's race. And as you were saying, Corinne, I tried to gather a little bit more intel on Jonathan Moncani. And once again, Le Duc has been able to fill us in with a few details that Jonathan Moncani lives about an hour and a half away drive from this area. So we're assuming that he's checked out the course and he will know how to pace himself very well. And that last year he ran UTMB in like some 24 hours and 30 minutes in spare, meaning that he can run extremely well over like some world-class 100-mile races, but the thing I did ignore is that he's also very, very strong on technical and on marathon distance. Like he's recently won Le Trail de la Galinette, which is very, very technical, 42 kilometers, 2,700 meters of gain, and he won that at an average pace of 5 minutes per K. So the guy can run fast on quote-unquote shorter distances, meaning that he's got the leg speed and he's clearly comfortable on technical. So the move is not like a fluke. He's not bluffing. Like he's made the move on the technical part, and that was clearly because he was just one notch above Roberto Mastrotto on this kind of terrain, and he just probably didn't have to push too hard. Just let go and master those technical sections. Exciting times.
That's pretty. It's pretty important intel because this is the section where we saw that pass happen on. It was like right through like a section just like this, very, very rocky section underfoot. So there's a bunch of that actually through this whole section of this kind of, I call it the high country portion of the course. And it's just because we've got this block between about the 17K mark and the 30-kilometer mark or so where they are up high above tree line basically the entire way through much rockier terrain, etc. So it's, being able to move efficiently over that is very, very important because if you are uncomfortable on it or less efficient, it's definitely going to take a little bit of a toll while you're up at higher elevation as well.
Yeah, and I like that you talk about like higher elevation because right now we're all above 2,000 meters. So for all the runners who do not live at altitude or have not spent time at altitude, like this is high enough to be an additional stressor on the body. So runners will have to be mindful of that as well in terms of race pacing. And if they've not, like once again, spend time at altitude or live at altitude, to take that into account when it comes to gauging their effort.
Yeah, it's a different experience. You need more carbohydrates, for example. It's just like it takes a little bit more out of you. And if you're unfamiliar or unprepared for it, it can definitely be a bit unsettling to have to work your way through that during a race environment as opposed to during training.
Yeah, and then, it might be a tricky question, but like knowing you might have the answer. I like that you talked about like the necessity of consume, like you're going to be burning more carbs, so you're going to have to eat accordingly. Do you know roughly how much more? Is there a percentage? Is there a role based on elevations or not really?
Oh, there's probably like a percent, but I can just say it's a little bit more. Like I encourage athletes, it's harder to eat at altitude because your blood flow akin to the heat, right? Your blood flow is going elsewhere. Your blood flow is going to your working muscles so that you can keep moving, not to the tissues that make up your stomach or your intestines. And so that's why eating and people get more nauseous at higher elevations, but you also have a higher demand. You're less efficient. You're using more energy. So your demand for carbohydrates in particular is going to be increased over the long haul. If you're living at altitude for an extended period of time, your demand for protein goes up as well from a recovery standpoint. But I don't know what the exact percentage is, but what I do encourage athletes to do at higher elevation is as opposed to eating like a big chunk of something every 30 minutes, it's like sip, sip, nibble, nibble. Keep that drip of fuel coming in when you're at a higher elevation. So you're taking in smaller nibbles, but more frequently. And I think that can help kind of abate some of that gastric discomfort that you might get at altitude while keeping you kind of more energized throughout. But I've definitely experienced it at a run at high elevation or a race at high elevation where I just ate and I'm like already feeling bonky again. And it's like, okay, like I need more fuel on me. I'm using more fuel more quickly because I'm at higher elevation and I'm trying to continue to run and to move efficiently and move hard. And so it's just something to keep in mind. It's where liquid calories for a lot of athletes too, in the heat of the day, they are currently in the heat of the day and at elevation. So liquid calories to this section might be beneficial because they're just easier to get in, etc. And then when you're at lower elevations later in this race, maybe you can take in some other fueling sources, but that's just something to keep in mind at higher elevations and during higher temperature settings.
Love it. Thanks a lot. I definitely on board all that. And one thing I had not anticipated, and I like that I know it, is not only I knew about you needed to eat more carbs during your effort, but I did not know that when you're at altitude, you needed more proteins for recovery. So that's that's the nugget that I take away on top of everything else. So once again, thank you, Corinne, for sharing all this knowledge with us all. Priceless.
Yeah, gotta keep you in the know so that we can keep you running fast and efficiently.
Yeah, or more like when I run with faster runners, then I can actually recover correctly at least.
Yeah, you've got some fast people you've got to keep up with in your life, so that tracks.
Damn fast people.
Yeah, you need slower friends.
I need to get faster. I haven't figured out either way.
Those are your two options. Yeah, you either need to get faster, Martin, or you need some slower friends. In the U.S., because we have bears and stuff, we joke that you don't want to be your slowest friend, because when it comes to an animal encounter, just don't be the slowest person there. But that's neither here nor there. It's really kind of cool to watch. Our current second place male really moved very smoothly through this section. We might have some more updated splits from further back. We expect our men to be in. Oh, so we have. I think that's wrong. I think we have some accidental chip reading from the next aid station at mile 18. We're going to ignore that because that's not right. So if you're looking at the live tracker, ignore the current first and second place positions. There's something just happened with their chips all of a sudden. We anticipate our top men to be at the next checkpoint in about 20 minutes. And again, that'll be the 18 mile or about 30 kilometer mark. On the women's side, we do have our top 8 now through that second checkpoint, about 11 miles or 17 kilometers into the race. We saw Yuri, Laura, and Hannah all come to that aid station. But there's a sizable gap between each of those women, right? Yuri's got a 7-minute lead. There's another 4-minute gap between Laura and Hannah. Back behind them, Julie, another Belgian athlete, has come to that aid station. She is about another 7 minutes back, though, 6 or so minutes back from Hannah. Adiko is in 5th position, about another 4 minutes back. Again, I'd keep my eyes on Adiko. She's someone who will be very strong over the back portion of this race. She's moved up, I think, 6 positions just in that climb alone. And then Eva, the Latvian athlete, sitting in 6th position right now, basically with Adiko there. So Adiko was ascending through the ranks on that entire climb. Laura Trentani in 7th, Caroline in 8th. It looks like Marie-Laurie as well just came through the refuge in 9th position. So we've got almost our top 10 women through that refuge. And our men, again, the live tracker is doing some crazy things. Ignore 1 and 2 right now if you're following along on the live tracker, and we expect our lead men to be coming into that 30-kilometer mark in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and you were playing, like, as you were saying, eating a few pieces of toast, and I had looked, and Jérôme van der Schegg, who you remember from Belgium, we're expecting to be one of the top runners, has actually moved up to 10th overall. So he went from 18th to 10th at the second aid station. So this might be one that we need to look out for and be able to pull off a really good race. He just decided to take it easy, perhaps. That was part of his strategy, or as we said, perhaps he had just a bad time at the start. But nonetheless, he's moving back up, so this is definitely one to keep an eye on. So we just have a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be back with you shortly, and hopefully with images of the front men and women. Stay with us.
Yeah, you better.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And we are back. And what I was saying as we went off air was that, and of course, right ahead of the Belgian that you were talking about is the ageless wonder, the timeless wonder of these races. Oh, I just lost it on my screen. It was Patrick Bohard. Just a guy who's been around the sport for a hot second, who is incredibly talented, sitting in 9th position in that 55 to 59 age group. I was at Madeira with him and his daughter, Manon, this spring, where she won the women's race. And I think he was well into the top 10 in the men's race. And I was like, you're on the start line with your dad at Madeira Island Ultra Trail, like the mini UTMB, a super, super hard race. And you win it and your dad's in the top 10. Like, what sport is this?
Yeah, that's pretty inspiring, and it shows that if you're smart, you can really have longevity in that sport. And being able to share that with a parent or a son or daughter is very, very special already. But then when both score so high, you'd be like, something in the genes. Or I don't know, maybe that's how they were built or how they grew up.
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay, like this runs in the family, it turns out.
Yep. So if you don't do well in ultras, just blaming on your parents.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's funny because children get their mitochondria, which again, for all of you thinking about freshman biology 101, mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, or, thought to be, kind of our big aerobic powerhouse in particular. You get all your mitochondria from your mother genetically. So while Manon's dad is very talented, she got all of her mitochondria from her mom. So I'm just like, wow, what kind of secret athlete is Manon's mom as well?
Wow, I did not know that about the mitochondria.
Mm-hmm.
So exclusively from your mom?
Yep, exclusively.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry, dads. You contribute in other ways, but all the mitochondria genetically comes from the mom genetically, which is kind of cool. But yeah, thinking of Manon and her dad and watching them get to race together, I'm like, well, secret athlete of the family might be Manon's mom.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. And as you were saying,
things you learn, Martin.
The things I learn, I just can't get enough of it. But yeah, as you were saying, I'm really impressed with how Gwendale Moison is running right now in second place.
Super smooth.
Yeah, moving really well. And having a wee chat with the camera runner. So obviously not overreaching.
Yeah, looks very, very comfortable, I would say.
And so I think we're going to lose the camera runner. He's going to stop based on the...
Yeah, he says goodbye.
Film plan. Yep. À tout. See you. And then sois fort, be strong. And we're back on
this
the
is a
race
replay
recap.
from earlier. Yeah, so we're going to lose our runners. I'm hoping that we see them come through that other aid station, that maybe we've got a drone or another camera kind of up in that area. And then I do think that we saw them go down, start to send it into that downhill last year. And so I do think we'll pick up our runners at that point as well. So bear with us. But yeah, we're going back to the replay this morning of our 100-mile race kicking off just after noon local time, 12:10 p.m. local time, after the local fire department had to deal with a hornet's nest that was discovered on course just ahead of the racers starting their day.
Yeah, good catch, because as we said, this, sometimes in the US, you can encounter big animals, but those small animals could do just as much damage and that would be actually hard to manage if not handled prior to having all the runners come through.
It could end someone's day for sure.
Or life, for that matter.
Yeah.
Like every year we get like a few, usually they're hunters who stumble across like a wasp nest and sadly ends up in a very tragic way.
Yeah, so even if you're not allergic, if you get stung enough, it can be very, very, you can be put in a lot of trouble. For this 100-mile race I ran this year that we knew that there'd be some wasps on it, I didn't carry an EpiPen or anything, but I carried like a bunch of Benadryl so that I knew that like I had meds for myself or meds for other people in the course if we did get stung, to at least try to like get people to an aid station. But yeah, you never know. It can be very scary for sure.
So there we go. The first part of the race that has been covered now, all the way above tree line and across up to the Refuge des Rabions. Then a little bit of an up, and then down up where the passes have occurred in the men's field in that long, steep 1,700 meter downhill over 7Ks into Isola village, and then quick up to Routinet and down, and a bit of a kick before dropping into Saint-Sauveur. And that is it. That is it. The biggest climb. I mean, not been biggest, but the second really big climb broken into two parts from La Boline-Lycée, Col des Deux Caïrs, Mont-Chalanchat, pardon, and Col d'Andrion. And that is a long descent. And this one is probably going to be similar to the one into La Foulie on the UTMB course, if you're more familiar with that. Perhaps with a bit of technical terrain, but just long with quite a substantial elevation loss. And then once you're at Aspremont, I don't think you pronounce the S, Apremont. Well, then you can smell the barn. Final climb up to Montleuze, but then from there you'll be able to see the sea, and you drop down, and it's on the Promenade des Anglais in Nice.
Yeah, now we'll kind of follow our women through this section of more technical rock before we lose them as well for a little bit. We might lose them a little bit here and there as they just make their way through this section, but we will ultimately lose our runners out of camera shot, out of cell signal, cell service that we're utilizing out here before we pick them up as they head, I think, into that downhill into Isola. So we'll keep our eyes open for that. Our camera runner is actually turning around and going backwards on course right now. Maybe we'll see some of the other chasing men in third, fourth, and fifth position before we follow our top three women through this section and then ultimately lose them as well while we head over towards that big long downhill that I think we're all waiting with. Like, I think a lot of us are horrified thinking about this downhill, but also like very excited, I think, too, to be like, ooh, what does it look like? We can't quite remember. How bad is it? Like ...
And so then our camera runner, I don't know, maybe we missed it, but I don't think so. He's going back for third place. Who's Roberto Mastrotto? And I'm surprised because now it's a substantial gap after.
Yeah, I haven't seen Roberto come back through this section.
So
yeah, I don't think we've missed him.
Yeah, so either he's going through a very big low, or maybe something happened to him. It's hard to tell, but like the pace difference between the top two runners, Jonathan Moncani and Gwen Delmoisin, was very, very big, very substantial compared to Roberto Mastrotto. So hopefully he's all right. But selfishly, from a patriotic perspective, I'm glad to see French in the front.
Oh, Martin.
The French.
There's currently in the top 10. I think there's 8 Frenchmen. So you wait patiently over there to
celebrate your spoils later.
It's not often, gotta say that.
I don't know about that. I think you get your fair share. Your fair share of French talent making their way into the podiums in the top 10. Definitely one of the powerhouses in the sport for sure. So I think we'll let you think that maybe that's not the case, but we all know what the real deal is. Back with our third place woman now on our screen.
And you can both see and hear how technical it is, and that the rocks is loose on the foot. They're kind of moving and clinking as they're stepping onto them.
And as you mentioned just a month ago, Hannah Dirksen, who we just had on our screen, finished 48th at CCC. We're kind of assuming probably not the day that she had wanted. She actually ran this race last year as well. She ran the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB 100K and finished second here. So she's no stranger to this event. She's she's taking a step up in distance to the 100-mile here this time around. But she, has been on the course, knows this area, it would seem. So that's kind of cool to see from one of our runners who's currently sitting in the top 3 of the women's event. So good to see a little bit, looks like a bump up in distance, that maybe one of her first foray into the 100-mile distance, akin to Yuri Yoshizumi. So that's always kind of interesting too, to look at experience at the distance versus kind of past experience. Sitting ahead of them in second, Laura Van Voren, the Belgian athlete, was third at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc 90K earlier this season. Looks like she won the Grand Trail. This at Chateau Summer Edition, the GT85. It's about a 50-mile race back earlier this season. Won a 33-kilometer race earlier this season. So, has a smaller UTMB style resume, but looks to really be thriving in this kind of like 80-ish K distance. So curious to know if it's actually her first 100-mile race or not. I need to look at some deeper results than just like what UTMB pulls forward, but clearly very talented at the, 100-ish K distance. Sitting in second place right now, Laura Van Voren.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting those images, because I think we didn't have quite that section with the men's, or it was just
to see how rocky this is.
Yeah, how rocky, how challenging, how technical it can be. I think it's gonna be a pass here. I keep wanting her to just pass over.
It looks like they're moving at like a similar enough speed that maybe it's not quite worth sending it through the rocks, right? You're going to move just a smidge faster, maybe. Kind of just like wait for it to smooth out a little bit too, because it will ultimately smooth out again. I think that's the big thing. It's just like sometimes we have to be a little bit patient for a second to where there's actually a good area to pass.
Or like give them a bit of a whack with the poles and and go over.
Oh, Martin. This is why we keep you in the commentary booth. This is why we don't let you out with the normal people.
I mean, you're French.
Keep Martin in the commentary booth.
You're into France, so you can behave like French people. But you're right though. Like it is better to stay put for a while until you have clear passage, because it would bring a whole lot of regrets and like, why it was so unnecessary if you try to pass someone and you do an ankle or you take a tumble.
Oh yeah. Horrible to like fight for a pass only to like roll your ankle in those big kind of loose chundery rocks. Like that would be just insult to injury. So I think it's like, you know, you weigh the pros and the cons, right? You be patient, you find a time to make a move, but you don't worry too much about making it happen too quickly. Because you've got a little bit of time, I think, before it becomes more mission critical, and there's plenty of smooth running to come ahead.
Yeah, well, and another way to do it actually is if you really feel the urge to pass, or if you feel like you're really being slowed down, is you just ask politely, is like, hey, can I come, like whenever you're ready, come, I'll pass on the left, and then usually
whenever there's a good moment.
Yeah, you say like whenever you can, let me go, and usually
or I'll hear someone behind me. If I hear someone behind me, I'll say, okay, like when there's a good moment, like I'll give you like a clear shot type of thing. And it's like, okay, it's a little bit wider, so I'm going to hug the right-hand side and let the person kind of, you know, shoot by. So it's I think most runners are out there working together, or at least being patient enough to definitely respect one another. So I think that is a piece of that puzzle oftentimes too, is just like, okay, like you got a clear shot right now, like take it.
Yeah, because trail runners, they're all very nice by UTMB.
I'm not yawning into the mic, team. I promise. I'm staying wide awake. I'm drinking more coffee, eating more toast. But yeah, so when you see these kind of big aerial shots, it's also because we've like lost our signal from our camera runners on the ground. But this is that village of Isola where our runners will be descending down to once they make it across this kind of high rocky section of the course.
Yep, so hopefully we'll get images of that, because everybody was eagerly anticipating that long descent. So if we can get actual visual on what it's gonna look like, that would be great.
Yeah, I think we had some visuals of this section last year, and our men should be to that upper aid station here within a matter of minutes. I think the prediction is imminent to about 5 minutes. So I think that our leading duo, the trio, should be coming through that 30-kilometer aid station here, like really in the next, couple of minutes. But yeah, they're descending down that essentially, which I feel like was like some grassy open plains before like zigzagging into the trees down through some like older homes that are up on the hillside.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any slope here is mellow. It's like rock walls.
There's
everywhere.
no mellow. Definitely no mellow. Minimal mellow. Our drone has reached its max altitude. I'm sure you guys just heard that in your ears as well.
Yeah, and in the background with like the summits above tree line, almost looks like Colorado 14ers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big rocky slopes for sure.
Minus the mid-afternoon storms, luckily for our runners.
Yeah, that is definitely a factor that we're hoping not to deal with today. Those big high altitude, higher alpine storms that can come in the afternoon and just really wreak havoc on a race like this. We are keeping all of our fingers and toes crossed that we avoid that today, and that everyone gets a nice, safe, weather-free event for their 100-mile debut or 100-mile send-off, or trying to get that ticket into Western States for next year, or collect your stones. yeah, it'd be nice to have a nice, calm, weather-free event.
And the town of Isola, which is called Isola 2000, like when you see all these slopes and they're quite steep, well, that makes sense because in winter that's actually a big ski resort with 45 slopes, 20 ski lifts, and has got 120 kilometers of slopes and can process over 5,500 skiers per day.
Wow.
So while it looks actually quite quiet, wild and remote on those images, it must actually be quite a buzzing town, because another fun fact, at its lowest it had 223 inhabitants in 1968, but now there's about 15,000 tourist beds, of which 80% are second homes, so just people want to come here for vacation or stuff like that. So definitely the place to be in winter, and clearly with such access to trails in summer as well.
There's a reason why Katie Scheid and Germán make their home tucked away in the hills, kind of in this area. Clearly good trail access, some higher elevation, some technical running, some decent skiing, it sounds like, very nearby. So not a bad place to set up shop.
And there's been a bit of controversy towards working on creating a reservoir, which essentially was intended to provide water for the winter so they could create early snow on the slopes. So while they've done that to sustain and maintain their winter activities, they're actually actively developing their summer activities, and this race being the perfect example. And as we keep seeing those aerial shots of Isola village, we'll have a quick commercial break, and we will be back with you shortly for more commenting, more fun facts, and overall a fantastic rest of the day.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
we're back on this beautiful little town of Isola Village. Still eagerly waiting for the first runners to come through and see how much muscle fiber they would have broken on that terrible downhill.
Yeah, we're hoping that we get to see them up on part of that descent. We don't have splits yet, it looks like, for our lead men through that 30K aid station. They're all listed as imminent there, which doesn't mean a whole lot, doesn't tell us a whole lot, unfortunately, except for the fact that we do anticipate that their split should be coming through shortly. I don't know if we have access to our back end, if we'll see them on the downhill. We can ask.
Yeah.
That is kind of what we're waiting for, because hopefully we're not waiting all the way to Isola, because we're just going to be staring at this aerial shot for a hot second if that's the case. Questions asked to the back studio team at all times. I think they like when I'm in the US because I can't come pester them by popping my head out the studio doors. But yeah, so right now on your screen, this is a replay from earlier in the day. The race kicked off at just around 12:10 p.m. local time. Supposed to start at noon, at 12 o'clock even, but there was a hornet's nest discovered in the early miles of the course, and so they had to get that taken care of before we could safely start our runners to head up towards that section. We do know that there's been a shakeup in the men's race. That Roberto, the Italian athlete who'd been leading up the whole first climb, has been overtaken and is back in third or even fourth position at this point. We are waiting for the next split for him. And Yuri Yoshizumi has opened up a sizable, I would say, gap at this point of the race over second and third, currently leading by just over 7 minutes. And then second is another 4 minutes ahead of third position. So 7 and 11 minutes back are second and third in the women's race behind Yuri Yoshizumi, the Japanese athlete, currently at the front of the women's field. I just keep hitting refresh on things. That's not helping, but because I don't think that's correct. Now it says there's a Romanian athlete through that aid station. I don't think that's right. I think that's another glitch in the system. So don't be like me and get overly excited. We are anticipating a couple of French athletes and an Italian athlete to be the next people to get splits through that 18.1 or 30 kilometer mark before the descent to Isola. We can start placing wagers, though.
Yeah, so confirmed. We'll have visuals at kilometer 33, so probably not much of the downhill.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. It is indeed. It is indeed. But that's the thing. Once we are used to having images all the time, we get greedy. Like, ooh, we want to see everything. So instead,
yeah, we do get very used to it.
Yeah. So instead, we're going to see once again the 3D course of this 100-mile, and by the end, there's going to be a pop quiz. You're going to have to know it by heart, every single bump, every single aid station, as well as the pronunciation.
I will say good news though is that the 33 kilometer mark is just over the crest of the climb, probably in the first kilometer of the downhill, because the aid station is just before the crest of the climb at about 30 kilometers. So we should be seeing our top guys. Well, we won't see them at that aid station. We will see them pretty early in the descent, because the next aid station isn't until mile 23. Here I am going back and forth between kilometers and
miles
a bunch, but so we should see them. So the next aid station after the 30 kilometer mark is about 37K into the race. So we should actually see part of that descent around the 33 kilometer mark, according to the people in the back room there. So I feel like that's not terrible, team. I feel like that's actually we should see some of the downhill, which is great.
We get 4K of it, so out of 7K, we get over half, more than 50%. Probably
we'll take it.
Take it happily.
We'll take it. We'll stop complaining. Don't mind us.
Man, you're becoming French.
Complaining? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of my better attributes. One of my better attributes. And we should have them on the drone before that even. So we should be picking them up. That's where our drone is right now. Our drone is up high on this descent looking for our runners actually actively. So that's great to know and great to see. So that's kind of that next section that we're keeping our eyes peeled on. Do we have splits? We don't have splits through that aid station yet, but our drone is our eye in the sky trying to pick up those runners because we should have Jonathan and Gwendol, maybe Paul even, through part of that section with Roberto kind of tucked in the mix there. But this is going to be that descent that we're looking at. It's a bit of grass, it's a bit of rock, it's fairly steep. I definitely remember this downhill from last year where we're like, I don't think that's technically a trail. They're just kind of sending their way down the thing. So that seems to be what our drone is moving up right now in hopes of picking up our runners shortly after they've made it through that aid station, which we do not have splits for yet. So hopefully that means they are not quite through that zone.
I can picture you all back at home, like looking very close to your screen. Where are the runners?
Yeah, what you guys can't see is that like Martin and I can see each other and we are all staring at like the same laptop. And so we just like get closer and closer to our monitors, but then our cameras are off on the side and it's just like all I can see is like the top of Martin's head as his face is like smushed up against his laptop trying to see if he can pick out a runner on the screen. So just some behind the scenes looks at what's going on in our two different remote studios, which is a funny way to do race commentary, but we make it work. Martin and I get to hang out online for hours, and when they hopefully mute us during the commercial breaks, we're just behind the scenes bickering about snacks and who's going to do what race next. But yeah, our drone, I'm so glad we have a drone in the sky up here as we wait to get splits from our lead men, hopefully through that 30 kilometer mark here very, very shortly. If anything, it's very possible they've come through that aid station and we're going to get a delayed split as well. They've been running time looks like about 3:41:19 right now. They came through the Refugio about 2:10 running time. So they've been about 90 minutes between those two locations. That seems about right for that split from the top section of the course. So I am hopeful that we have updated splits very, very shortly from the front of the field.
Yeah, I've come to a point where I was indeed refreshing quite a lot again my page. And I gotta say, I mean, this is not unusual, especially in such remote areas, that the tracking has not worked. And so I probably second what you said, Corinne. They must have gone through already and making their way into descent. And it's just too tricky for a drone pilot to pick those runners from up high in the sky. But instead, we're granted with pretty fantastic views of those mountain massif. And I like in the comments somebody was saying like, wow, I had no idea there were such mountains in the south of France. But one thing to consider is that this is still in the early hours of the race, and they're running pretty much from north to south for 100 miles. And so it is not that I mean, I wouldn't call it the south of France yet, and this is just my personal opinion, because there's just still 160 kilometers before you get to the ocean. So the Mercantour is kind of the southern but more central part of France still, and I'm happy to be challenged on the flat by locals on that statement.
Yeah, we have, I think all the top 10 men are all still listed as imminent at that top 8 station. So I'm going to place a bet that our men have come through there, and we're just not getting an updated split from that section of the course. So my guess is that our drone will be picking up those runners shortly as they make their way into the top portion of the descent. So until then, we are excitedly back with our third place woman in the women's race that is going on. And again, this is the French athlete, Hannah, who ran the 100K here last year, finishing second. Hannah Dirksen had I'm thinking probably for her, she would have hoped to do a little bit better at CCC, finished 48th there, looking to stamp her way back into either CCC or UTMB for 2024. In what I think is her first 100-mile race.
Oh. And it's interesting here to see her running style. She's left the poles away, and with these little kicks and gradual climbs, she's choosing to power hike, or even possibly would transition into running if she wasn't stuck behind these two gentlemen. So I think it's once again time to not fall asleep and be like, okay, be fully aware of maybe I shouldn't be standing behind those guys. I should just keep moving at my own pace. But sometimes it feels comfortable to be with a group. So I'm not saying she should be passing right away, but seeing how she moving, I feel like she totally has the ability to. You just don't want to get caught in a false rhythm. There we go.
Yep. Yeah, knew that move needed to be made a little bit there, opening things up. I think the runner that she was behind on the rocky technical section is the runner that's just in front of her right now. So he had been able to make his way around there. I think having that friend to kind of latch onto, not shut off your brain, but just have a person that you're kind of moving along with, can be super nice in these long distance races where, you've got to be with it for many hours at a time. Remember, there's a 48-hour cutoff for this event, I believe, which, our front runners will move through it much faster than that, but there are a lot of people who will be out there for every single hour of it. And so it's important to be able to kind of not have to carry all that mental burden on your own for that many hours at a time.
Yeah, and you can see that she's definitely under her pace, because as soon as the guy in front of her started running, she picks up the pace as well. So she's definitely able to follow, and almost like the runner in front of her is dictating her pace. Once again, as you say, it could be a bit of comfort to be able to not think about anything and just keep up with him. Corinne, question for us on the chat: would you rather have your poles around the waist on the waist belt or a quiver?
Well, it kind of depends. I don't wear an additional waist belt, but a lot of the garments now have loops in them for poles. So for example, our team kit with Adidas has loops on both our shorts and our actually both pairs of our running shorts plus our running skirt. So it's that works really well. It's really easy to get to, etc. I think it kind of depends on the duration of the race and how long my poles are going to be tucked away for. I actually don't have a quiver right now that corresponds with our packs. You kind of have to like MacGyver your own quiver for the most part from a couple of the companies that make them on the circuit. And then I think that both work pretty well. I've got a very short torso. And so poles in my waist, oftentimes I actually end up hitting them sometimes with my arms, particularly my elbows, because they're pretty high up on my body. So for me, a quiver is more ideal for sure, just because they're more out of the way. That being said too, I don't have the best shoulder mobility. I'm not a very flexible human being. So getting poles in and out of a quiver takes a little bit of practice for me, just because reaching back over my shoulder is not always the easiest either. So I think it kind of depends on personal taste, but I don't wear an additional waist belt, in part because that adds extra tightness over my abdomen. And over the long course of a 100-mile race, you generally get some GI discomfort, maybe a little bit of bloating, etc. And having something else pressing on my abdomen or on my stomach, I don't like that sensation. So I generally don't race with any sort of waist belt. But a lot of shorts have them built in these days, and that's super convenient.
Yeah, for shorter distances, I'm a big fan of the belt because I really enjoy when my shoulders are free and I can have like the proper arm swing to run. But for me, it's 100% quiver. If I'm going to wear poles, I'm going to have a quiver. I really don't like having them around my waist. They're usually bouncing a little bit, and if they don't, it's because usually they're held pretty tightly against our back or lower back, and over many hours I am not a big fan of having anything pressing against my lower back. So I'm a quiver kind of guy, and then as well I really enjoy I feel like Robin Hood when I just pull them out and I feel like I'm going to shoot an arrow. So I like the little pleasures that we have. Speaking of which, we're going to end this little pleasure, quick commercial break, and be right back with you, so stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
We are back live following our third place runner as she makes her way across the top part of this course. You can hear the camera runner talking to her a little bit, probably pointing out some stuff in the area. Both French, so that tracks. Had a little longer commercial break there, which is nice. Martin and I get to sneak in snacks when that happens, or in my case, I got to go make sure my dog had breakfast since I've been awake and she's been sleeping. But yeah, making sure it all works out. Gotta double check those splits from the top of the course. We do officially have, it looks like, a split from Jonathan coming through that 30K mark about 10 or 12 minutes ago. So the splits are definitely delayed coming out of that aid station up around the 30K mark. So we should have, I believe we likely have our top 4 or 5 men through there. And those splits will hopefully come in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, we definitely have at least our first guy through that aid station at the 30K mark at 3:44:50 elapsed. Again, that's about 10 or so minutes ago. Martina is just, We lost him. Martin sat down for a second and then ran away. Martin, I was just saying that we're starting to get our first splits from the top of that 30K mark, but they are definitely delayed. We've got at least one split through that section, but it came through, 12 to 14 minutes ago. So I think that the splits from that 30K aid station are just super, super delayed. And I imagine our top probably 3 to 5 guys are all through that section.
Yeah, so it'll be good to see as soon as we get the splits from everyone, what the differences are between the top runners. And I mean, Gwendal Moisson, without a doubt, will be clocking in second place. But I mean, what has done Jonathan Moncani is actually pretty impressive. Not that he didn't have the credentials to pull something off like that. If he can keep it up at this pace, he will have an impressive finishing time, because he's already quite a bit ahead of the times from Hugo Deck, I reckon. Although it will be harder to compare since they already had different weather conditions. So it is likely that they're going to be faster this year.
Yeah, that's good. Good to keep in mind.
Allez, moi je vais vous quitter ici. Bonne course. Ciao, ciao.
Cool to see people out there spectating.
Yeah. And so once again, this is the location where they're losing reception, as you can see. So our camera runners usually turn around there and go back and pick up other people.
Vous savez à peu près combien de kilomètres on est? 25? Ouais, oui.
There we go. Second place in the men's at Pas de Collongue. Wow. And that is already 14 minutes. Yeah, I had to read it twice, but yeah. 14 minutes. Wait, no, that's not right. It's Franck Parère who's dropping out. He's not at Pas de Collongue. I just got excited.
we've had some issues of things going a little bit haywire with the tracking at that aid station. It seems, yeah, that's incorrect for sure. This is last year. There was a bit of last year. It was very wet. Yeah, so now our drone is the eye in the sky, trying to pick up our runners as they make their way downhill from that aid station. We'll be the eye in the sky too, staring at it with bated breath, hoping that we can also pick up pick up someone as they make their way through this landscape. It'll probably be a dot or looks like a rock rolling downhill. That's what we're keeping our eyes open for. But right now, so no, it's still Frank. This is withdrawn. Yeah, there's a major issue with the 30K aid station as far as like probably cell service and being able to get this information out in a timely manner. So I do think that the likelihood is that Gwendol is probably through there, Roberto is probably through there, Paul is probably through there. But we are having issues with that aid station with mega delayed times coming out of that zone. So I imagine when we do get a split, while there might be a time gap, it might be 4, 5, 6 minutes, I still think that we're not going to see a 15, a 20-minute gap on that section.
Yeah, hopefully not. Otherwise, that really means that something's gone really wrong for the
terribly wrong
runners.
For a lot of people.
But yeah, I got, during that quick commercial break, I got the confirmation that we had camera runners who had gone up from Isola village onto that steep descent to pick up the runners as soon as they get there. So around the 33K mark, which will give us images on the last 4Ks of that descent. So not only we're super excited about that, and we can be very grateful that those runners have actually gone up for 4K on that steep section. So good on them.
Yeah, no, it's we owe a lot to our camera runners and our camera e-bikers who put in miles upon miles to get out onto course, to run a section, to jump in a car, to drive to the next section, to trade off with another runner. It's really a huge team, a huge but very small team. By huge, I mean there are a lot of people working behind the scenes to make this happen, but there are just a handful of people that are physically on the ground running with all these individuals, and that is incredibly impressive. The amount of fast running just, like 6 to 8 people will do over the course of a weekend.
Yeah, and I was trying to think, like, what is the ideal job? Is that like you get to run, usually they clock between 30 and 40K a day in those landscape, which is pretty cool, and you get to run with like world-class athletes. Or is it us who end up seeing everything that's going on? We get all the feedback, we see all the runners from all the places, and we can quietly sit on our ass and talk through hours and hours of live coverage and get to interact with all of you in the live chat. It's a pretty good deal as well. So there are a lot of options, and Would you consider being a camera runner?
Oh yeah, for sure. I've done a little bit of it unofficially for like smaller events, and I think that it's really quite fun. Yeah, I got to do some camera running at canyons because we had to come up with a creative way to show stuff from the race without being able to do it live. So Dylan and I went out and ran in and out of a couple aid stations in the first half of the race, and then brought that footage back with us to the studio. And by the studio, cool. I mean a stage in the expo with with an Ethernet cable going to the newspaper office behind us. But what that did was it allowed us to get on YouTube and show that footage and talk through what we saw all morning. And it was super fun, like running behind Eden Nilsson, who's quite talented, and just like coasting along behind her, for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then bopping back to the next group and running with them for a little bit, and then bopping back to the next group and running with them for a little bit. So I think there's something to be said. I probably don't know how long I could keep up with the 50K racers at some of these races, but I think for the 100K and 100-mile races, it'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's true. You have to take that into account. The shorter the distance, the harder it is to actually keep up with them for a longer period of time.
For an extended period of time, right? It's like, oh my goodness, doing 30K of OCC would be just devastatingly hard, I think.
Oh. Yeah, and plus, like, they're coming into you, like, they've already, like, the endorphins are high, they're full throttle, and then you have to pick up the pace and be like, all right, now we're filming, it's happening.
Yep.
So
Yeah, 100%. It's not a bad job, but it's I don't know. It's pretty cool to be involved with races in any capacity. Looks like, yeah. Gonna show you a hype teaser film about a number of athletes going into UTMB this year.
Face à la barrière, plus possible de faire marche arrière.
Like Chamonix fever. All the runners are here. You can feel it.
I don't have regrets.
She's a rising talent in the trail running scene right now.
And to be able to give something to the world, which can be small or big or something in between.
We're back to staring at this hillside. So for those of you at home, we're not playing the silent game. You and I, and it'd be really funny, this is just a green screen and it wasn't actually drone footage, but this is from our drone out on course looking at the descent the runners will be taking on their way down to Isola. So if you see any movement, you get rowdy in that chat so that we know what's going on. But we are also looking for the runners to be coming down from that aid station on the descent into Isola. I keep refreshing the live tracker, but nothing has been updated on that front either. But I do know that more than our first mail is through that aid station. We got our drone is moving. Maybe that means we're honing in on someone. And again, we've had camera runners go up the hill from the next aid station to run runners into that aid station. So we should, oh boy, oh no, chaotic movement's never a good sign.
We're going down, and here it is.
Oh,
to
there.
the right. So he went out so hard that they missed him. Ooh, quick stop.
That's what happened.
Maybe Paul got stuck. Nope, they choose not to use poles on the descent. Probably gonna be. Oh, usually the drone footage like kind of flattens the slopes, but here you can certainly appreciate how steep it is. And and that's our Frenchie, Jonathan Moncani, in the lead so far, making his way down. And as you can see, he's kind of trying to limit the impact. And again, for those who are joining us, like, Jonathan is an extremely strong runner on technical. So someone like him on technical would be moving very smoothly. And yet when you see him like having to brake or move about, utilize his arms to kind of stabilize himself, it really means that it is like next level technical and steep. And the combination of both makes it quite hard to progress, let's say, in a non-impactful fashion to limit the damage on the legs. And clearly here, especially if it's loose rocks, you see him like slightly bent over. You want to indeed brake just above the hip to bring your center of gravity forward, so you end up being on your forefoot a little bit more. Because if you end up like not attacking the descent and you like lean backwards, you're going to be on your heels, and then you get every chance to kind of slip and finish on your bum. And coccyx and hard rocks never really go well together.
Yeah. Turns out landing hard like that won't make you feel very good. But I do think that it's pretty cool to see this amount of movement down the hill. I don't think we have an update yet we do all of a sudden we have an update, and it's about, I said 6 minutes and I was right. So it looks like actually is less than that. There's only a minute between Jonathan and Gwendol at that top aid station, and then there's a 5-minute gap back to third place, which is Paul.
Oh wow! So
Danilo,
Paul has
and
passed
then
Roberto.
Roberto in Yep, and then Roberto in fourth position, but he's only 30 seconds back from Paul, and then Arnaud in fifth. Another 2 minutes back from Roberto. Christophe in sixth position, it looks like. Another, let's call it 40 seconds back from Arnaud. And then 2 Belgian athletes have moved up into 7th and 8th position. That's Guillaume and Jérôme are up into 7th and 8th position. At that 30K aid station, Patrick Beauhard's still in 9th position. And then another Jérôme, French Jérôme. We've got Belgian Jérôme and a French Jérôme in 8th and then in 10th position. So we do have our top 10 men all through that 30K aid station, which is what I anticipated. I thought that we were having a delay out of that aid station, and we sure were. And it looks like right now at that aid station, the official time split from 1st to 10th is about 13 minutes. So honestly, that's not terrible. I think in a 100-mile race, that's time that can be eaten up pretty quickly. So you've got a pretty good men's group through that 30K mark, all now on their way down to Isola on this very steep technical downhill, just rocky, just kind of chundery. You could keep your poles out here to keep you upright, to maybe allow you to kind of fall more naturally down the hill. I find that probably early in a race like this, I would probably keep my poles out. Late in a race, like particularly in a shorter race, I would intentionally put my poles away to force myself to run faster, as opposed to using the poles to kind of brake a little bit for me. But those are different strategies for different races, right? In a 100-mile race, I keep my poles out. In the 45K race I did in Austria, I intentionally put my poles away because I didn't want like a crutch. I didn't want to like slow down to use my poles. I was like, nope, you've got 15K to go, just like you got to send it type of thing. So I think that is definitely interesting strategy to see kind of what people do on this section as far as like keeping their poles out, putting their poles away, etc. Just because you can save your quads a little bit by taking some of the pressure off of them. But this is steep. As you said, camera angle generally makes things look flat, and this is pretty darn steep.
Yeah, and I feel like he's moving slightly faster than Jonathan on this section, but again, at what price? Like, at what cost? Like,
yep.
You can't...
It's early. It's early in this race.
As you can certainly go faster, but then how much is that going to cost you later on and come bite you in the ass? Great footage once again. I think it goes left here. So both runners so far have actually overshot that turn. So hopefully no one's gonna, because they both stopped within a few meters to get back on the course, which is good. But you have to be mindful, especially on that kind of descent where it's already hard to find a trail, if there is a trail. But good move here from these first two runners. But yeah, agreed 100% with you, Corinne. I would have my poles out and be like, yeah, that's going to slow me down a little bit. Doesn't matter. Here, the time, the seconds, even the minutes that you will lose on a descent, not a problem. You will make them up later on, especially with that back end of the race, which is more runnable. So if you still have wheels, then you can move at a decent pace and make a much greater difference at that point.
Yeah, agreed wholeheartedly. I just think that, there's risks worth taking at certain points in races, and I don't know that it's a risk that I would take 30K into a fairly hard 165K, where if you have legs at the end of this race, that matters so much more, because this race only gets more and more runnable as the race goes on. Kind of akin to like a Western States, for example, where it's like you have to have legs for those last that last 50K. Because if you aren't running and running fast, you're going to go backwards in the field. And I think that's very similar to how Nice plays out, where it is very, very runnable over the back half of this race. And you better have legs ready to go, because otherwise you're going to go backwards in the field.
And here on the right-hand side of your screen, in a little screen, we could catch a glimpse of the trees, and it looked like it was somehow windy on that side.
Yeah, it looked windy up high, I think.
And we're going back for third
Their
place.
camera runner.
With the drone. And I gotta say, as much as I was excited about like a whole lot of blue, white, and red flags in the top 10, I am quite excited about the Belgium duo, who seem to have like a very smart race. Guillaume Denef and then Jérôme van der Schegg. They're just creeping up nice and slow, and I wouldn't be surprised that tomorrow morning when we get up, they would have possibly even crept up in on the podium positions. So
yeah. And on the women's side right now, it's Japan, Belgium, France, Belgium, Hungary, Latvia, Italy, and then France in 8 through 10. So a very cool mix on the women's field as well. We anticipate Yuri Yoshizumi to be to that 30K mark, probably in the next 2 to 5 minutes. So we'll be looking for a split from her up there. But yeah, right now we're following the men as they descend towards Isola. And then we'll be looking for drone footage of Yuri making her way down that descent. And then again, picking up those runners with our camera runners to bring them down the hill into Isola.
So good to see here, like in third place, Paul, who would have had a smart start. Like he was in the mix, but never getting ahead of himself, and now crept up onto the podium. It's I appreciate that kind of race management, because last year's winner, Hugo Deck, like at the previous station, the Col Padlong, he was 6th, and then in Isola, so throughout the descent, he ended up in 2nd place. So he passed 4 people on that descent, but that didn't stop him.
Yeah, and he moved really strong overnight as well.
Yeah. And so, yeah, like the race management, not getting excited too early is definitely, we won't say it enough. It is more and more important as the distance, the racing distance increases. And so for 100 miles, you really, really want to start like at a pace that feels too slow, because yeah, you'll be thanking yourself some 10, 20 hours later.
Yeah, it's always about how's the body going to feel 10 hours from now or 15 hours from now. And then do we kind of lose our runners after Isola a little bit? Is that kind of what happens at that point as they head towards, we're not going to lose daylight for a little bit yet, but do we just lose them outside of Isola a bit as far as like heading into kind of how we'll close out our evening here for those that are watching from home?
So we'll have Isola, so we will pick up the first runner in the descent, 4Ks to Isola, then 4Ks into Isola village, and then we go from Isola to 39Ks. And and I think this is 39K. This is the location where we're gonna lose them. So that's hopefully answers your question.
Yeah, totally. Just trying to figure out kind of where our runners are as we head into the evening hours, as far as when we kind of lose them on the outskirts of Isola, I think is kind of what ends up happening outside of the village a little bit. I'm trying to remember where we saw people last year, and I think Isola, that aid station was where people looked pretty darn cold. Like that's where we saw people getting it, like all their layers on for the nighttime. I think was in part of that, was maybe in that aid station.
Bah même là après c'est un peu le bordel hein. Ouais. Ah ouais. Ah non là il y a un petit chemin un peu sinueux.
So Jonathan is saying like, wow, that's pretty rough, and then the camera runner is like, oh yeah, it's a bit of a mess. It's very challenging because obviously the camera runner has gone up to get to that location, and then
Yeah.
Jonathan was saying, oh man, I mean, it's good to have a trail because higher up, like there was no trail, we're just going straight down the grass.
Yeah, negative 33 degrees is kind of steep, I would say.
Ok. Ouais, ouais. Ok.
So he knows very well where everybody is. He was talking about Gwendal, who she says like, oh, you can't be too far back. But he says like, I was a bit worried about the Italian runner on the way up because he was really strong. But then when I caught up with him, he was stuck. He wasn't moving at all. So what we had kind of assumed that it was a bit too aggressive of a pace on the way up. Apparently seems to have come true sadly for Roberto Mastrotto.
Yeah, but once again, there's lots of time left too for folks to have a rough go and then kind of get their stuff back in order as far as feeling like you've got more legs to run on again. It's going to take some time, but definitely not impossible by any means. But yeah, they've got this steep downhill, negative 30-odd%, and then it kind of mellows out a little bit, and then they actually have a steep little climb before they get into Isola proper, is what it looked like there as well. Or I think it's just after the aid station, rather, where they kind of have a steep little climb again, as well as they make their way kind of through that 37-kilometer mark over towards about 39 kilometers. I think that's a pretty steep uphill out of that aid station. And again, they've been running for just about 4.5 hours, starting just after noon local time.
Yeah, Corinne. I think that kick is just after the aid station.
Yep.
And from then it's gonna have like all downhill. Plus it flattens out as they get into Isola village.
Interesting.
Yep,
interesting on the women's side. Just a quick update here. We've had our first two women come through that 30K mark, and it's down from a 7-minute gap to a 2.5-minute gap between Yuri Yoshizumi and Laura Van Voren. So that is, and they're actually predicting that they come into Isola at the same time. Obviously, Laura moved very quick over that kind of high rolling section. Yuri is a good downhiller, so we'll see kind of what she makes of that top section of the climb. But essentially right now, they are predicted to come into Isola together in about 41 minutes time or so. We do not yet have a split from Hannah Dirksen through that aid station, nor Julie or Adiko, etc. But we'll be keeping our eyes back there as the women's field, 2 or 3, 4, 5 come through that aid station as well. But our top 2 women have made it through that aid station. We'll be waiting to pick them up on the drone because they came through there. They do have to kind of ascend out of there a little bit before they descend, but they came through about 6 minutes ago, it looks like. So they should be kind of cresting the final bit of that climb before they head into this trailless, very steep downhill.
And by looking at how Jonathan was moving, I mean, he looked smooth, but he still he was going pretty quick. And so when you think that that's 30% grade, I mean,
he's moving well.
He's moving well, but is he moving too well? Because we know he's very comfortable on that kind of terrain. So is it just because he's at ease and can still move smoothly while maintaining a decent pace? Or because that feels easy, he's just letting go perhaps a bit too much? So many questions.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to take the easy miles when you get them, right? You got to take those moments of calm. I think that if you put the brakes on too hard on some of that terrain, you're probably doing damage to your feet a little bit too, not just your quads, but it's quite steep on your feet. Definitely can create, it's a good way to get a blister for sure. Sustained downhill like that is something that does a lot of pounding to the bottom of your feet, to your toes, etc. So, but we do see our aid station volunteers getting ready down in Isola for our not only just our lead men and women to come through here, but the entirety of the field, the 404 runners that started this afternoon will be making their way to Isola to see you can, I believe, see crew at this aid station. We saw crew meet their runners here last year, which would be kind of cool to see that interaction. I do believe they can see crew here. We did see people get really ready for the nighttime in this section last year. It was pretty rainy and cold. We saw a lot of layers being changed, etc. We saw some people come in looking pretty darn worked. Are you giggling at the thing that we just saw in the chat? That Yuri has the course record on this segment from 4 days ago?
No, I'm giggling on the images. You see Guillaume Lenormand, who's one of the most regular, faithful camera runners, and he looked like he was going to town with the food at the aid station. He was packing his bag. He was chewing on a bunch of stuff. He was definitely giving the volunteers a pre-run of what it was going to be like when the runners were going to hit it. But yeah, I did see that as well. I was waiting for the right time to talk about it. So yeah, it looks like I know it is a strategy to kind of break your muscle fiber in your legs on a downhill a certain amount of days prior to a long race.
4 days seems pretty close though to me.
But yeah,
you need a pretty small dose.
Yeah, for me, 4 days definitely too close. I remember being 8 to 10 days prior, you could go blast yourself on a long downhill, and then you can't walk for 2 days. But then when it comes back, I remember that it did pay off for race day. So I don't know if this is something that anybody has actually experienced and can confirm, or this is just me doing some stupid stuff.
Yeah, I would say 4 days feels a little bit close. I would say that there is something about getting a good downhill in, but you need a pretty small dose, and you don't need it lasts for a pretty long time is kind of my general understanding of it. We do know that when it comes to time falling apart towards the end of the race, people are more likely to lose more time on downhills than they are uphills, for example, which I think is a bit counterintuitive. So being strong enough to handle downhills late in a race does really matter, because that's where that delta increases more dramatically, i.e. we all slow down on the uphills, but the more dramatic differences between people is how much you slow down on downhills. So it's there's something to be said for being really strong and resilient and ready to handle those downhills. But would I send this downhill 4 days before the race? Probably not. No. I don't know what that course record board looked like before Yuri ran it 4 days ago, but it's one thing to preview a section, and I think you could go preview this fairly easy. Walk the steeper stuff, etc., and not do too much damage by any means. But yeah, it's definitely, I think previewing is one thing. I think slamming down a 1,700 meter descent 4 days before the race feels a little bit risky to me, but that's just my coaching 2 cents more than anything.
I would agree with you. And so now I guess this is a section further down below. Oh yeah, I can spot them, and they're together on kind of the left third of your screen, and they're moving right towards the right, and they're together. So that's probably our men's leader, Jonathan Moncani, together with our camera runner. Now they're towards the center of your screen, bang on. And you can see them move way out in the distance. And there we go. Nah, still no sign of Hannah Dirksen. Pas de col longue. So again, we said that there used to be a little bit of a delay there, so we'll wait before making assumptions on gaps that are...
Yeah, but there was a 11-minute gap at the last aid station, so we do have some time to play with here. Our leading women came through there, roughly 13 and 11 minutes ago. So it's very likely that Hannah Dirksen is imminently there. If she's held about the same amount of time, or if she's lost time, it's going to be probably another 5-ish minutes or so before we see her there. Yeah, Jonathan looks really smooth on this downhill. Still super steep descending. I think it's probably a longer downhill than anyone wants. It's one of those things too where you can start to see town below you, but you still have so many switchbacks and a ways to go. I think the official split into this aid station is something like 37K into the race, so he is getting close, but you can see how tight these switchbacks are. And as someone said, if you look at the map of this place, there's no trail on the map for this downhill. Like, it doesn't exist on the map. So it's definitely, we call them social trails in the US. And social trail means, it's like a trail that's been like kind of put in by locals or by the people who know the area super well, but it's not like a tourist trail. It's not a trail that's on the map that someone's going to use to connect point A to point B. It's kind of like you have to be a local to know that it exists type of thing. And I have a feeling that this trail is probably a social trail in the sense that it's used by a local handful of individuals, but not necessarily widely used outside of this race and outside of the people who live in this valley. But that's just speculation.
It would be like what we call goat trails as well, or bootleg trails.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes we call them like social trails, and climbers trails are kind of similar. Climbers trails being, like a trail that's maybe off the beaten path because climbers have put it in to approach a rock face, or to get to the base of a climb, etc. So it's not, most people don't go up it because it doesn't go anywhere unless you're going up there to climb. And so I feel like social trail, bootleg trail, climbers trail all kind of have that similar connotation or similar kind of meaning behind them. Like, you kind of got to know what you're looking for. You kind of got to know that it's there in order to find it. And then the next iteration of that, or particularly in the bike community, we call them gray trails. And gray trails are generally trails that are built illegally in areas, and so they're gray trails because they're not on the map. Essentially, is where that kind of name for it comes from. This does not feel like a gray trail, but there is kind of that. There's one added layer where it's like social trail, climbers trail, bootleg trail, gray trail. But yeah, these trails are, kind of spectacular in the sense that, like, what a cool valley to be running into kind of later in the day. Temps have definitely been warm in Nice, but not terribly warm up in this section of the course. It was definitely windier up high. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to see these athletes make their way down through the trees to this aid station. We anticipate that he'll be there, my guess is probably in the next 10 minutes. And then we'll see kind of, does he have crew there? What kind of time does he take at that aid station to kind of reset, etc.? Because I think the next aid station where they can have crew is not until 63K in. So they've got to make it quite a ways, 23K or so, to see crew, and at which point, they're definitely going to be into the darkness for sure. So you really have to leave this aid station prepared for it to get dark on you out there. So that might mean changing clothing, that might mean making sure your headlamp is ready to go, etc. But it's kind of, this is your moment to reset before you really head out into the overnight section of the race course, which I think is a big mental shift for people. Like, you can kind of break the race up aid station to aid station, or you can kind of break it up like, okay, I'm running from, now until nighttime. And then there's the nighttime section of the course, and then there's the next day section of the course. And if you're fortunate maybe that means you get another sunset, another sunrise even out there. But that's what people are looking for. Someone said I called them bushwhacks. Bushwhacks connotate there's no trail at all. Come hang out in the Cascades with me outside of Seattle, and there are quite a few bushwhacks, and that's generally because you've bailed off a trail or you're trying to connect 2 points together that have no trail whatsoever. At least find a game trail, right? A trail that's been made by deer and goats and that kind of thing. But yeah, bushwhacks in my mind, at least around in the Cascades, connotate no trail whatsoever. And bushwhacking around here means Devil's Club, which is a very, very horribly spiky plant. Everything I feel like that you bushwhack through around here has some sort of prickly surface on it. It's not, bushwhacking here is not fun. I'll take a gray trail or a social trail over bushwhacking, or an animal trail over bushwhacking any day.
And if there's any Kiwi listening, like I'm sure as you talk about spiky bushes, the Spaniards, as we call them, they're about half a meter tall. They're almost round, and just all the leaves are like a hedgehog, but thick leaves, and all have a pointy bit that will not only punch through your skin, but then break and then stain. And so every time you're quote unquote bushwhacking with a bunch of friends, and you start, the first runner screams Spaniard, you I tell you that much, you slow down a bit and you keep your eyes peeled for them, because they're not the friendliest.
Yeah, it's you come for the running, you stay for us talking about plants, I think is what we're getting out of today's live broadcast. But we're starting to see him run through structures. This is a good sign. This means he is getting much, much closer to town. Sure enough, I think he's only about 1 kilometer out at the aid station. You can see... Oh,
that's a pretty cool way up. And that's very good sportsmanship. Takes the time to say thank you. He probably has scared the shit out of that poor guy. He was like, "Where are these guys coming from?"
Yeah, who's about to recognize that there's 400 people behind this guy. So I guess it's good to know what's coming.
I gotta say, he's moving well. There's no denying it. And so he's making his good reference to the Trail de la Galinette, 40K, marathon distance, 2,700 meters of climb that he ran at a 5 minute per K average. So Jonathan Moncani here, Jonathan, as he's French, certainly can move quick over technical terrain. And he's shown just that on that 1,700 meters descent into the village of Isola. And he's going to be getting to the aid station, and probably good, because it looks like his soft flasks are pretty flat. So probably...
Yeah, looking like he's ready to get to an aid station.
Yep. But still composed. As I guess you would want to be, 37K into 165K. There's still a whole lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, it has to feel pretty good to be finally running into town, because he's been out in the mountains for quite a while since leaving the start 37K ago. So this is the first time they've really seen any sort of larger group of people outside of the small Refugio style aid station. So this has got to feel pretty good to be moving towards a larger group of civilization, to get a little bit of extra energy from the people that are out there.
Yeah, agreed, Corinne. That's what I was thinking as well. After such a long period of time out in the quiet, and all of a sudden you've got people cheering you on, that must be such a boost in mental energy.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it is definitely a big boost. Getting to say, hear a cheer, to say thank you. It definitely, I think, allows you to kind of like take it in a little bit, which feels pretty darn good.
Yeah, like that did put a smile on his face when all the people at the aid station there saw him on the road. So he's probably going to take like a left-hand turn at some point to come into the aid station, go across the road. There you go. We get it to the Tubbies. They're out.
Avec le premier. Avec plaisir. Bonne course, hein. Merci.
So there you go. He's got crew. Oh, he's going to choose to sit. Interesting.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more. I think he's going to change shoes. And I was about to say, like, generally, if I'm not going to change shoes, I don't sit down. But if you're going to change your socks and shoes, get whatever is in there out of there. I think that is a very smart move.
So he's not changing. He's actually, like, taking out the gravel. They must have gone
I mean, when
through,
you're that
like,
steep and you're kind of off trail.
Scree fields, yeah.
Yeah, it's just when you're in that chundery kind of loose, sandy stuff on that kind of non-trail trail up top, it's more likely to get some stuff that kind of gets in there. Looks like he's taking a little bit of kind of like our protein drink, something that's got a little bit of different calorie in it, probably. Slamming some other food there.
Probably like, you know,
a little squeegee pass.
Like, English-speaking people, they call it like baby food. We call it compote, like applesauce or that kind of stuff. Here it's really super easy to get down. Usually quite tasty.
Hannah Dirksen has come. No, she hasn't. Sorry. I think there must be a lag in that split time. So we'll keep an eye on that. I got excited for a second. But right now on your screen, this is your men's race leader in the 100-mile race going on at Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB this weekend. Tomorrow we'll be following along with the 100K and 50K, as well as the 50-mile. This is a pretty efficient aid station, I would say. Like, he's not rushed, but he's being very quick. He's eating some, he's drinking some. He's not hanging out too long. He's getting some other calories in there, just a few spoonfuls. Okay, some hugs for the family.
So those are the parents and say, okay, you go well, and then we'll be able to tell your sister that you're out.
Cool.
So it's a family thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it really is. 37.2 and back out. As you said, efficient but not rushed. And then the Teletubbies are back. Love it.
Love it.
And so I think that's the steep part coming out of the aid station that you were talking about, that Jonathan is gonna get onto very shortly. And so we'll have a couple of Ks with those runners, and then this is where we'll be losing them. We'll be sending them off out into the night, and to catch them up again tomorrow, local time, 7:30 a.m. I will be there for the start of the 100K at 8 a.m. We'll probably have a recap of the 100 mile, and then we'll be following the 100K, the 100 miles, and the 50K. Yep. All three races throughout the day until the late hours of the evening to welcome all the runners in Nice alongside the Promenade des Anglais. And Jonathan, in good spirits, is asking if the camera runner is all right. How you doing? And look at this. Okay, this is a key point, and that confirms something that Hugo was telling me earlier. is that he lives not too far, and he must have rekeyed the course. And then right there, before he could even see where that trail was going, he got his poles out. So he does know the course, at least this section. So he knows what he's getting himself into, and probably going to be an advantage on how he's going to pace himself. So it's good news. It's good news for Jonathan. He's done his own work. And actually, that climb is going to be perfect for him to nice and slowly digest everything he's ingested at the aid station without too much shaking, too much impact. And here, I'm actually impressed at how Yuri's going, because she clearly looks a bit slower than, like a lot slower than the previous men. And see,
she just took a little bit of a tumble.
Yep. Has to like hold on to the side of the mountain with her hand.
She's moving okay. There's like literally no trail there.
Yeah. And probably she's trying to be careful with her legs and yeah. But Yuri, who we know is strong on technical. Oh la la. Yeah, you see, that is like as soon as you like lean back just ever so slightly, you end up on your heels, and that's when you can end up slipping. So that's actually a little higher than when we caught our first man through that grassy patch, and then the scree slope. So yeah, it's good that the drone pilot has gone a little bit higher up the hill to give us those images.
Yeah, and Jonathan definitely opened up a little bit of a gap over Gwendol and Paul, it seems, on that descent, because they were pretty close together up at the top at that 30-kilometer mark. So I'm kind of curious to see those two, Gwendol and Paul, come into Isola and see what that looks like. Well, like, where are they? How do they look coming in there? How do they interact with their crew? I'd be really curious to see those guys when they make their way into that aid station.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also hopefully catch a glimpse of Roberto, seeing what state he is, whether he just had a bit of a low after pushing so hard on that first long uphill, or if that's now time to get to the cashier and pay for too hard of an effort, and he will be in a low. See, that looks much more sustainable. That is strong, that is moving well, but just at that ultra pace.
Yeah, it doesn't feel rushed right now, I think, is the big thing.
Yeah. All right, exciting.
It's super exciting. Very, very exciting.
Oh, John P., you've done the Nordkette in Austria. I've been told about this route. I've been dying to do it. I have a good friend who lives right next to it. And he said like we could definitely fast hiking or like fast pack it. I'd be super interested. So it's good to hear that there's some decent bushwhacking on that course as well.
Oh, I don't know that I want decent bushwhacking, but I will say that Hannah Dirksen has come through that 30-kilometer mark, but she is a full 20 minutes back from Laura and Yuri at that point in time. So that is something to keep in mind, is that Laura has accelerated. Yuri is probably staying about the same, and Hannah has fallen off the pace of those two a little bit. So right now, Yuri Yoshizumi and Laura Van Voren came through the top of that climb only about 2 minutes apart from one another, and then Hannah Dirksen is a full 20 minutes back. This is not the first man.
Thanks for the update. Yeah, it's good to know. Well, it looks like Gwendal is in good spirits as well.
Yep. Not sitting down, so not doing anything with his shoes.
No.
A very similar look of what's in that container, because it looks identical to whatever Jonathan had in his container.
Those little.
There's like a Tupperware container on the bench, and it's identical. I'm pretty sure to Jonathan's Tupperware.
So that would be sweet potatoes. That's usually not. I don't eat during, but that's a pretty cool pre-race meal that I have with chicken that I fry in coconut butter, and there you get your fat, you get your carbs, and you get your proteins, and it tastes pretty damn good as well.
Moi, je peux repartir, mais le problème, c'est qu'après, nous, faut pas que ça nous redécale. Je sais pas pour combien de temps il y en a. Et...
I like whether that's Gwendolyn's partner or what. She's calm. She's there. She is ready. She has the stuff in her hand that he's gonna have to take, or not. I don't know. But she's. Oh yeah. Well, maybe they're sharing the same pot because it is exactly
like right. It's identical. Did his family just say, "Hey, does he want some sweet potatoes? Here's the same Tupperware." Jonathan only took 2 bites. Gwendol can have some too.
It's not waste. And see, another very good point from Gwendol's crew is that she knows where he's going to have to go back out, and she already told him. So he knows exactly where he's going to have to go, and there's no confusion coming out of the aid station, which is a good thing. Like, she has her dialed. Yeah. She has it dialed.
Very calm, very efficient.
Yep. And there you go, Gwendol is out, and it looks like, I mean, we didn't have the images of when he came in, but that can't be too far from the 2-minute stop.
No, it's definitely open. Yeah, I think the stop is about the same, but the gap has definitely opened up a bit. The splits into Isola for Jonathan were 4:43 on the clock, and it's 4:51 on the clock for Gwendol. So there's a nice 8 or so minute gap between the two of them right now. And also in that aid station right now, just happened. 4:54 on the clock. Paul Zanino is also in that aid station. So France is now 1, 2, and 3 into Isola.
And he was some 3 minutes back, so there he is. So they would have probably crossed path, if that, just coming in and out of the aid station.
Yeah, I think so.
And I would say,
Let's see if he also has the same container of sweet potatoes.
Yeah, like the container that
someone said in the chat, sharing is caring.
Yeah, exactly. But then there's still a fair amount of daylight, so like they can expect to be running in the daylight for another 3 hours. But I was saying, crossing path with Paul for Gwendol, probably, like, obviously you gauge your competition, but you also know that they're not too far back, and it's like, well, coming into the night, like, if that person is creeping up on you, you set on to a good, decent pace, and then the two of you can, in second and third, be chasing the first man. It's not a bad position to be in, really.
Yeah, I agree there too. I think it's a pretty calm position to be in too.
And then the way, like, Paul is actually running out, like, it looks like there's a bit of still a spring in his stride. So he definitely looks like he's ready to run more miles. And oh yeah, I was confused about the first runner. That's a camera runner. So camera runner plus probably someone from the family or the crew. And Paul Zunio. Missing an N.
Yeah, and we'll lose our runners as they leave this aid station, essentially. We can get them for about 1 kilometer up the hill, but after that point, they are kind of out of sight, out of mind for all of us.
Oh, look at that. Camera runner is giving us a little bit of a view of the waterfall, which is pretty spectacular. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for taking care of us, camera runner.
See, this is the level of professionalism we have here at the UTMB World Series. We show you the runners, we show you the scenery. And Gwendal also powering up through that first section of the climb out of the isolate station. Does look like a similar pace.
Yeah, no, he looks really, really comfortable and very smooth as well. Didn't rush in the aid station, doesn't seem to be favoring anything at this point. Legs don't seem like they're too shot from that downhill. Things feel pretty good.
And I don't know if anybody was already into the ultra running scene. Maybe you know him, but Gwendal's silhouette reminds me of Paul Giblin, the UK runner, ultra runner.
Yeah, totally.
Kind of a bit of a lean and the beard.
Yep, it's a very specific look.
Yeah. And when he came to Paul, it was pretty damn efficient. So there we go. Cocorico! 3 Frenchmen in the top 3. Jonathan Moncani, Gwendal Moisan, and Paul Zunino. And like I said, I think he would be really good. That's my wish for these 2 runners, for Gwendal and Paul, to kind of end up together and run together for the duration of the night. That could be such a game changer mentally. And we just had Arnaud Colou, who's coming to the aid station in 4th place, meaning that our Italian Roberto Mastrotto has fallen back 1 more spot. And here's the aerial shot of that waterfall. That is indeed a pretty cool feature on that course. And it was good to see.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Jonathan actually stop and take the time to check it out from the bridge up top. And as we're talking about beards in the chat, if some of you have been watching Ted Lasso, Coach Beard is also an absolute legend. Me going on a total tangent here, but
we expect nothing less.
And it's going to get better and better as time goes by.
Yep. Sure is. But we don't have that much longer in our broadcast for today. My guess is that you and I are on for about another 45 minutes or so before they tell us to be quiet for the night, and then we'll be back again tomorrow to cover it all. Cover the end of this race, cover the 50K, cover the 100K. It's going to be a long Saturday of talking about running.
No, we have a whole lot of action to follow tomorrow, so feel free to tune in for the whole day at some point. And there's some banter between the camera runners, because they're like, oh man, I got to the aid station and I had the right to take nothing. They just threw me away. And then it's probably Guillaume who responded, oh, I got heaps of stuff. And then he said like, oh yeah, but when they saw you coming, they probably got scared. So see the good spirits between all the crew, the camera people, who definitely hang out a lot together, cover a lot of miles, and collaborate to tag each other on those courses.
Il est intenable ce Mathis, intenable.
Yeah,
Wow.
super, super impressive. You can hear them both, I think, breathing.
And I'm also like looking at those steps with those wooden parts and how lethal they must have been last year when wet, and even those rock steps. Whew.
Yeah, absolutely gnarly. Yeah, super cool, steep section of the course.
Oh wow, and it seems that in the women's, as you were saying, that like Laura Van Voorden should be getting close to Yuri.
Yeah, I think they're projected to come into Isola together, essentially.
Yeah.
That she
and
closed 5 minutes on her between the 17K and the 30K aid station.
So as much as Yuri had the course record on Strava, she looked like she was slipping a little bit here and there on that descent. So whether was that because she was trying to brake a bit more to stay conservative, or she was just being thrown around a little bit by that 30% plus grade?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think it's like just super interesting that it's a really hard, challenging descent. The camera angles don't really do it justice. It's not easy terrain to navigate. I think we saw several men take a wrong turn and have to come back to the course. So I just think it's quite difficult. But here she is. She has made it through the more horrible section of the off trail bit of the course, and she is making her way down to Isola with this camera runner. 33.6K in, so she's finally been picked up by the camera runner, and we're going to take her all the way to this aid station, which is around 37 kilometer mark. So she's got about 3.5 kilometers to go until she sees, I don't know if she'll have crew or not down there. I'm not sure who she's had crewing her at events, but I guess we will find out in probably 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, and Corinne, I am very excited to see her back at the running style we're more familiar seeing her pull off. Like, she's definitely challenging a camera runner, just like getting closer and closer, so he has to pull away to not to slow her down. So she's moving the way we're used to seeing her, which is reassuring. I was getting a bit worried about those little bit of a slippage on that very specific section, but it looks like she's back in full action, and if that is second place female Laura Van Voren, then there's still the same gap, if not more. Actually, possibly more. Because that was more than 2 minutes ago that we saw Yuri go through that section, wasn't it? Although we caught Yuri slightly higher. Oh man, look at these images. Perfect shot. Just those pilots have skills. There's no denying it.
Yeah, no, they're doing an amazing job getting us this footage. And once again, while generally speaking, we'd like to say that cameras make things look flatter than they are, you can definitely tell how steep sections of this are from this drone. Which means it's just even steeper, which sounds absolutely miserable and brutal.
Oh, so there's some serious cutting here. Oh, no, it is actually marked that way. My bad. I was bad mouthing.
Yeah,
that poor guy with the yellow t-shirt, but no.
Don't bad mouth people.
There we go. That's the Yuri. I know. Look at her. Just tiptoeing, dancing over the rocks.
Yeah, no, she's making good work of this downhill section of the course. While that upper section might have been a little bit not the smoothest running we've seen from her, she is looking very, very fast and very smooth on this lower section where a trail, quote unquote, actually exists.
And there we go, back with Jonathan Moncani. So there seemed to be a little bit of a down. I don't know if he's gone over the bump yet. There was going to be a little bit of a bump before descending gently. And then a flat section to Pont de Paul. And we're with Paul, speaking of which. But it spells with an E, Pont de Paul.
Yeah, I don't think we got to see much of this section of the course last year due to, I think the race must have started a little bit later, and I think it was definitely getting, like, we were closer to the evening hours and darkness at this point in the race, and I think we got to see very little of the climb out of that aid station, so kind of cool to see that. Yuri is absolutely flying. She just, like, full-on hurdled a rock, I'm pretty sure, there moments ago.
Yeah, she really does. It's good to see, and the best part, hoovering over the rocks, and thank you. I was gonna get really mad at like having a cut here. Let's have a little bit of downhill greatness, a little bit more from Yuri before we do transition into a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with you shortly after that to welcome the rest of the men's and all the top female into that Isola aid station. Stay with us, we will be right back.
Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And Yoshizumi is about to open the paraglide and fly all the way down to Isola. Look at her move through that technical section here. As much as we were a bit worried whether the gap was gonna close between Yoshizumi and Laura Van Vuren, well, the way Yoshi is going, no wonder she took the course record 4 days ago of that downhill segment, and she might open a bit more substantial gap onto second place Laura Van Vuren, knowing that after that Anna Dirksen from France was some 20 minutes back at the last aid station. So there's a bit of a safe blanket for the top 2 female runner. And I guess, John, to answer your question about like which of the major 100-milers has the steepest gradient, there's quite a few I can think of. One being Val d'Aran in the Pyrenees, which is actually the UTMB World Series major for Europe. They do have a bunch of sections on the grass that are completely off track and that are pretty steep. Obviously, in La Réunion Island, the Grand Raid de la Réunion, la Diagonale des Fous, is also one where you have sections that when they drop into the volcano craters, we call them the cirque. It's quite insanely steep on man-made steps, whether they're rocks or little wooden things. And I remember you drop in as well as climb out, actually, in a pretty steep fashion. So these are the two that I can think on top of my head. I don't know if anyone else in the chat, including at Station Fireball, would have other races to bring up. And just to give you an indication of how things will unfold later, because now you can see the sun is coming down as the shadows are increasing. And so we'll be with Yuri all the way until the aid station, and we have camera runners coming back to the aid station to pick up the second and third woman, Laura Van Voren and Hannah Dirksen. And in the meantime, still moving well. I mean, these two gentlemen are still a few minutes apart, but Gwendal Moison is definitely looking strong and running at a very solid pace on that flatter section. Is making a quick way of that road section. And there you go, third man, Paul Zinino, who seems to be also going over that little bump and then on the downhill on that road section. Oh yeah, nuts, good call. And that one is brutal as well. L'Échappée Belle in Beldon near Grenoble is also a big one. Which makes me think as well, like UT4M, probably, yeah. I just you wrote it as I said it, even though there is a bit of a delay with the comments in the live chat in our voice. But yeah, we're aligned there.
Back in the nick of time to watch some excellent descending.
Yes, indeed. And she hasn't slowed down. She hasn't shown any sign of getting tired or anything. She just keeps flowing down that path. Through the chestnut trees. That's probably what this guy was after when he came back with these little like motorized wheelbarrow or something.
Yep. Yeah, getting really, really close down to town.
Corinne, a question. So I answered with a bunch of races, but the question, like, which to our knowledge are some of the major 100 milers that has the steepest gradient. And I brought in La Réunion because of all the steps, and it's actually very steep coming in and out of the cirque.
And there's no poles allowed at La Réunion.
True. So that's another element that makes things a bit more difficult.
Yeah, there's a ton of races that are quite steep that aren't 100 as well, like Madeira Island Ultra Trail. I think comes up time and time again. It's got, in 50 miles of it this year, I think I had 23,000 feet of climbing or something. It's quite steep. In the U.S., Uray 100 is probably the race that has the most vertical gain over 100 miles. It has 40,000 feet of climbing. So that's probably one of the steeper 100-mile races around. It's very, very challenging in that sense. That is more climbing than UTMB, than Hard Rock, etc. at over 12,000 meters of climbing over 100 miles. But yeah, there's a lot of races that I think particularly that cover rugged terrain are going to have some really steep ascending and descending. People have talked about TDS. Obviously, it's not quite 100 miles, but it has as much climbing as UTMB. I think it's the more challenging race of those two events, though it doesn't have the same competitive fields at this point that UTMB has. It's quite a challenging course, but I think that there are both long races and short races, obviously, that are going to have a lot of vertical change per mile, and that's where that I think becomes very prevalent.
And John P. is actually saying there's the race Chase the Cog in Mount Washington in New Hampshire. It's not an ultra, but it has two sections at 40%. So now the question, John, is it 40% going up or 40% going down?
I think Chase the Cog is an uphill only race.
Okay, so that answers
on
the
Mount
question.
Washington,
I was hoping for
in New Hampshire.
So is that the same Mount Washington, the road race?
Yeah. So Yuri Yoshizumi has made it into town here, welcomed in by people that are out watching as she makes her way into the aid station. I'll be kind of curious to see what this aid station interaction looks like for her as she gets kind of squared away to head off onto the next section.
And she is smiling as ever. Oh man, how good that must feel.
Yeah, I'm so happy that we're not looking at big rainstorms coming in like we were this time last year, where it was pretty miserable, getting pretty dark pretty quickly at this point in time. People are all worried in the chat about what has the steepest climbs. The steep climbs don't bother me. It's steep descents that get really hard and really tiring, I think. And generally speaking, what goes up must come down. So oftentimes you're right. You've got to descend all that vertical gain. But it's, where I live here in Washington, I've got a number of climbs where I can do 3,000 to 5,000 vertical feet in a run. Like one big uphill, one big downhill, and going up's not that bad. It's the turning around and coming back down where you're like, I have to descend like 4,000 or 5,000 vertical feet. Like, ugh, that kind of sucks. Okay, coming into the aid station.
and she has
into
crew.
crew.
Ah, so she has a bladder.
Which explains some of the size of that pack as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, and they're just going to replace it with a brand new bladder, is what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Which is probably hard getting it in there with a bunch of mandatory gear in the back of that pack as well.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, she hasn't picked up on the Zach Miller's technique, which was 2 years ago. I was totally blown away in Courmayeur. So he had the bladder in, and then Sergi was actually branching another liter soft flask into it, and then through gravity was just pouring it through the same tube back into the bladder without having to take out the pack or the bladder itself. Does that make sense? Can you picture what I'm... And that was super smart.
Yeah,
and
totally.
none of us saw it coming. And it was like, what is it doing? And when he pulled out the valve and then started plugging the other soft flask into it, it was like, whoa, genius. And this year, he actually ended up like not even have the bladder. He was just carrying that one liter soft flask coming out of Courmayeur under his arm, and we're probably going to sip on it until it would fit into one of his pockets, because I remember seeing him coming into a different aid station with that whole soft flask folded and into the side mesh pocket of his pack. So
Yeah, it wasn't even a soft flask. Zach was carrying like a dromedary, like a liter, like it was like a full liter probably. Like, which meant that he could dump it on
huge.
himself, etc., tuck it away. So we just saw Yuri eat a bunch of like noodles. She had like a cup of noodles there, getting in some like warm, easy carbohydrates, which I think is a good call. She's got gloves and kind of arm warmers pushed down on her arms there. She's going to get her headlamp ready because she's like,
smart.
She knows like it's going to get dark before she sees her crew again. She might as well take the time now just to have it on her head, taking her sunglasses off, going to put that headlamp on. I think that's a good call. I think the guys ahead of her probably have enough time to make it towards that next crewable aid station. A good moment to kind of like take the time to do that kind of thing. It's just annoying when your headlamp's like shoved in your pack somewhere and you've got to find it, and it's a whole situation. So taking time at an aid station to put it on early, I think is the right move. I think she's a waist light too, is what that looks like. That's like a Kagala waist light of some sort. And so
good call.
I've started using. I don't have an official waist light, but I use one of my 2 Petzl headlamps as a waist light sometimes. And when for long descents, or for when it is foggy or misty or wet, I think a waist light and headlight combo is really, really nice. Because what it allows you to do is, if it's foggy or misty at all, you can actually see when you have a waist light on. It's kind of like using the fog lights in your car. Like, you can actually see below the mist, as opposed to like it coming down from your head. It really like blocks your ability to see. I think you just see all the water droplets in the air. So at races like Madeira, even like overnight at UTMB, a waist light I think is really, really helpful.
Good call from her crew, because I was actually worried about the same thing. I think the beak of the cap would have actually obstructed the beam of her headlamp.
Yeah,
so they told her,
totally.
how about you flip it? Good call. Man, it does look like a big pack.
Well, she's a small person too, so I think there's probably a combination of factors going on there. But yeah, it is a big pack. She's taken quite a bit of time at this aid station. We can kind of look at when she split into this aid station. She split in at 5:29 on the clock, so she's been here for about 5 or so minutes. Taking some time. I think that's still a pretty efficient aid stop. I think if you're going to take a moment with your crew, before the darkness sets in, and then again in the morning. I think those are two really good moments to take a little bit of extra time. But she's going to be out, I think, before the second place woman comes in. They might see each other at the exit here, because there was only 2 minutes between them at the top. This does then tell me she's worried that she was forgetting. I think she's worried that she left her poles, so she was checking for a second. Making sure she has everything when she leaves. Yeah, because there's only 2 minutes from them at the 30K aid station, and Yuri has definitely put some time back into Laura on that descent.
Yeah, I mean, seeing how Yuri was going downhill, like that was to be expected, and yeah, I can only second what you said, Corinne, about that aid station and taking the time. This is like the equivalent of Les Contamines. You're going into the night, you're going into a whole lot of time on your own in the back up in the mountains, and so you do want to take your time, make sure you're not stuffing anything up. And so I think it was well managed here. And the bib number 1 is going to the back.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about Blondine having to run a kilometer backwards during UTMB to go get her gloves that she left at an aid station, because you can't leave mandatory gear behind. So it's one of those things where it's yeah, you want to be efficient, not rushed. You want to make sure that you leave the aid station with everything that you're supposed to have on you. And that sometimes, I've had notes from my crew being make sure I leave with my poles. Make sure I don't, if I come in with them not in my belt or in my quiver, you got to make sure that I leave with them. Because, if I think they're on my back or something and they're really sitting on the aid station table, it's a good way to get out of there and realize you've left them behind. Yeah, and still no sign of Laura Van Voren into that aid station yet. That is who we're anticipating to be the next person to come into that aid station, followed by Hannah Dirksen. Hannah Dirksen's expected to be down there in about 15 or so minutes. And then Laura Van Voren should be in there any minute now. Again, there were only 2 minutes between Yuri Yoshizumi and Laura Van Voren at the last aid station around the 30-kilometer mark. Again, this aid station down here is about 37 kilometers into the race. Yuri's probably going to take her poles back out here, I imagine, in a matter of moments. Kind of surprised they're not out yet, to be completely honest, but it looks like she's maybe working on eating a little bit more. She's got something in her hand, so I think she's probably taking the time to eat. But yeah, the next people we're looking for are Laura Van Voren and Hannah Dirksen to come into this aid station. We'll see those women through this aid station. We'll see them kind of leave this aid station, and at which point we'll kind of sign off for the evening here. But right now, all eyes on first place woman Yuri Yoshizumi making her way out of the aid station and up into the next climb.
Yeah, Corinne, we're already 9 minutes since Yuri has come into the aid station, and
so she was then there for 6 minutes. So yeah, the gap has just gone way back out.
Yeah, but as you say, 6 minutes, it's necessary when you feel like you needed to take the time. But if Laura comes in and has a 2-minute transition, she won't right then make 4 minutes on Yuri, quote unquote, for free. So we'll see
exactly.
how she does coming out of the aid station. And as we see the finish line of all these events right on the coastline, we'll have a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with you to see how Laura Van Voren and Hannah Dirksen are doing coming into the aid station. Stay with us.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
We're having fun. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
We here.
With Yuri Yoshizumi leading the women's race. And down in the distance, you can see the village of Isola. Isola 2000 is, as it's known for its resort name. And she's already made probably a couple of 100 meters climb out of this aid station. while we are
opting not to take her poles back out.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, we still are waiting for Laura Van Voren to make it into that aid station. And while we know Yuri is a good downhiller, she's really done damage to the women behind her on that last downhill, where we still don't have Laura Van Voren into that aid station.
Yeah,
she's opened up a sizable gap on the downhill.
That's 16 minutes so far, with, as you rightfully said, 6-minute stop at the aid station. So if Laura has a quicker turnaround at the aid station, this will be minutes that she will shave off that gap. But again, as you said, Corinne, 16 minutes and running is already quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a big gap to go from 2 minutes apart, to go from 7 minutes down to 2 minutes, and now back out towards, it could be close to 20 minutes by the time that Laura gets in there. There's some big, I'm getting whiplash a little bit, like I just don't know what's happening anymore. And I feel like that's quite a change as far as like what we'd anticipate, I think, seeing from that gap, that it's gone up more than we thought it would. So yeah, curious to see what the actual split is when Laura gets into this aid station. Hope that she's okay, that she didn't injure herself on that descent. Maybe she just really isn't a descender, and that's okay. That very much happens. But yeah, I'm very curious to see kind of what state she is in when she does make it into the aid station, because it feels like something's kind of gone a little bit awry, given that she hasn't made it into Isola yet.
Yeah, and still, like, I will definitely second your comment about Yuri's poles. Like, what's
I'm surprised she hasn't taken them back out yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rocky for sure, but I feel like I don't know. I mean, she's using her hands a lot. It is definitely rocky terrain. It looks like she may be reaching for her poles right now, actually. Or at least, no, she's just readjusting something. I feel like, yeah, personally, I would take my poles back out. It's personal preference. It is harder to use poles in rocky terrain, but I feel like it would definitely be saving your quads a little bit of work and feel like the right move as she starts to ascend what is a pretty big climb.
Yeah, interesting move here. I mean, that's the thing. It's not necessarily a big climb, but it was a steep climb. And that steep section was definitely pole worthy. Then it's going to be a lot of flatter after the waterfall.
Yeah, we have a comment in the chat that says that Laura's a skyrunner, so she shouldn't be losing time on the descent. And Yuri also comes from a skyrunning background, so she is a very good descender. She's quite short, so she's got a really low center of mass. It's like if you watch like a smaller child run down a downhill, right? They can run really fast downhills because their center of mass is just lower to the ground. But you're right. If she is a sky runner, yeah, we'd anticipate her not to lose quite as much time as she currently has lost on this downhill.
Yeah.
Which just makes me start to worry a little bit.
Oh, Bernard, you sure will meet our legendary trail mama out on the trail at UTCT, because she will be racing. Corinne Malcolm will be watching you. And actually, together with the... Do I call him Trail Daddy? Majel Backhausen, who will be commenting with me. Indeed, we will be covering the 100 mile and the 100K and sharing that live with you all. So
that makes me very happy that you guys will be on the live. Emily and I got to do it last year. I was trying to get Katie Asmuth to be part of the team this year. We were hoping to get her over there, but sounds like it's not going to happen. But yeah, it'll be weird to be running instead of on the commentary team, but do love that we've got some legends in the commentary booth for the UTCT commentary this year.
And yeah, I even got lucky because Stu, the race director, who's a very kind person, I had the chance to meet him at Western States 2 years ago. And when we worked out the details, I was like, since we're covering the 100K and the 100 miles, is there any chance I can run the 35? And I'm like, heck yeah, you should even come earlier to experience the trails and that. So, like, clearly a passionate person, loves the sport. And so I was like, sweet. So actually, I think it's on the Sunday. It's after we do the live coverage. After having seen like all these beautiful trails and getting pretty excited and pumped about the racing and the 100 miles and 100K, I will actually get to race myself. So fun times.
That's very exciting. That makes me pretty darn happy. Yeah, still no Laura Van Voren or Hannah Dirksen into the aid station yet. In Isola, we've expected Laura to be there for quite some time. We've expected Hannah Dirksen to be there shortly as well. So kind of wondering if something's happened to Laura on that descent. We'll get images, I think, from Isola here shortly. But yeah, I definitely am a little bit concerned that while Yuri is a good downhiller, we anticipate Laura not having lost quite this much time on this one descent.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Cave Engravings is back with some pretty solid second-degree humor. Love the banter. No one picked up on it yet, but Cave Engravings' grandma seems to be a world-class athlete. And if you've been listening, therefore, Cave Engravings' great-grandma has beautiful mitochondria to pass on down to the next generation. And
sure
Daniel... Daniel, yeah, those are Scarpa shoes that Yuri is using right now.
There she comes. Okay, she looks like she's on a mission.
She's moving and safe. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was worried that maybe she had hurt herself on the descent, but she came running and charging into that aid station.
Let's see if we can hear.
We saw the men take little wrong turns.
Damn it. I don't speak French. I speak Flemish. And that, I cannot...
That's not,
I was like,
Martin.
Man, I can't hear anything. And I was like, that's because it's not my language.
You're like, I'm not hearing French. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a hard one. It's gonna be a hard one for us to translate, unfortunately, on our end.
Oh no, she's doing it on both legs. I was worried maybe she was washing off a bit of blood or a bit of fall. Interesting. So what's the? Ooh, okay. So she's hot. Interesting. She just poured water over her neck.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too. I mean, it's 6 p.m. It's heading into some shade. Like the sun is definitely kind of out of the valley at this point. You can actually see where the sun line is on the hill. Like the station is completely out of the sun at this point. But yeah, no, she's well. She's upright. She's motivated. They're being very efficient in this aid station, giving a kiss to her crew, getting her out of the aid. So the question is, where is Hannah Dirksen? Yeah, so the official split there is 22 minutes between the two of them. Much quicker aid, I will say, but the entry of the aid station is 22 minutes.
So that's exactly 22 coming in, but then it's 6:04, and she came in at 6:01. So she shaved off 3 minutes of that gap, yet now has become like 19.
Like 18, 19 minutes back 19, at this point.
It's wow, something else.
Yeah, it's a pretty sizable loss there on that downhill, which seems a bit odd. I mean, who knows what could happen? Maybe she had some GI distress on the downhill. Maybe she took a wrong turn for a second. Maybe Yuri. I mean, Yuri is a fast downhiller, but that's still a lot of time to bleed to anyone.
Yeah, Yuri was absolutely flying, and perhaps Laura was like, I'm going to look after myself. I'm going to take it easy. I don't want to blast my quads on that first downhill. But as you say, it's still a hell of a lot of time that was made or lost, depending on from which perspective you're seeing it, on that long descent. And it didn't seem like Yuri was overreaching either. It's like she was just moving at a pace that seemed alright. She didn't seem like she was blasting her legs either. She looked smooth and controlled. So yeah, we'll see. And I think another indicator as well will be when we see Hannah come in, and whether she would have closed the gap on Laura or not. Because if she's coming in with less than 20 minutes on Laura, then it would mean that it was not necessarily Yuri who pulled away, but Laura who slowed down on that descent.
Yeah,
so
I imagine it's probably a combination of the two, right?
Possibly,
it's probably a combination of Yuri really accelerating the downhill, Laura falling back a little bit on that downhill. Hopeful that, Hannah Dirksen's probably kind of somewhere in the middle. Probably maybe we're shooting the gap a little bit on that. Specifically on that 20-minute back time, is that going to look more like 10 minutes or 12 minutes, etc. back?
And yeah, I guess the main difference here between Yuri and Laura is that Laura is just like pretty much all the other men that we had on the screen. Took out her poles and making very good use of them on that steep climb. So yeah,
immediately making really good use of it.
Yeah, it's hard to comprehend Yuri's strategy on that one.
Given that Yuri pulled out poles early on the previous climb.
Yeah, maybe she was just out of it, and as you said, she seemed she was eating something, and then maybe she just forgot. But that would be early to lose that kind of awareness.
Yeah, it's you can get a little bit weird out there. You can just get a little bit rushed, kind of lose focus a little bit. All those pieces of the puzzle. So maybe that's a little bit of what's going on. Once again, a lot of speculation about things that we don't have complete pictures on, but trying to provide some guesstimations about what we're seeing out there. Yeah, I mean, Laura looks really smooth.
Yeah, good rhythm.
I'm not like when I was worried before seeing her. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh wow, Laura's falling apart." I'm sitting here going, "Okay, Laura looks like she's moving, really efficiently. Looks like she's moving really smooth. Like she's not kind of staggering or taking a bunch of good steps and then kind of standing more upright and taking a moment to breathe, etc. Like she's moving really well."
Yeah, and thank you, Kesha, on the chat. It says, I think Laura's a conservative starter. She did the same at the Mont-Blanc 90K this summer. So good intel.
Okay.
Good intel. And Yuri on the right hand side still hasn't taken out the poles. Yeah, two very different styles here.
Yeah, and like in looking at these pictures, I feel like Laura looks like she's moving better, right? Like it just looks like she's moving with a little bit more intentionality. It doesn't mean that Yuri's not moving fast. She's leading this race right now, but I just feel like when I look at these images, Laura looks like she's moving better.
Yeah,
Subjectively.
and because she's using her upper body and the poles, like that lifts so much energy of her legs. Like she can just propulse herself forward with full body motion. Then just Yuri has to kind of put all the effort on her legs and then try to lower it by just putting her hands on knees just to push a little more. But
yeah.
I mean, it is in true skyrunning fashion where, you know, the terrain is so technical that you could not even use poles unless your name is Manuel Merias.
Yeah, totally.
But otherwise, like, yeah, for that kind of trail, like you can see, like she's working, like certainly harder, and as you were saying, I would agree with you, like probably a little slower than what Laura is doing right now.
Yeah, no, like I like poles that help keep me upright, which I think is like nice when you're hiking and you end up really kind of hunched over a bunch. I think it's really hard on your lower back. Oh, we missed a turn. Got to keep your head up, kid. Just walked right by it. Maybe that happened on the downhill at some point in time. It's distinctly possible that we missed a flag and had to do some, I don't want to call it dawdling because it's never dawdling, but it's the like just needing to figure out where you are in time and space again. And again, Hannah Dirksen is the next person we're waiting to come into the aid station. We expect her imminently into the aid station. Although, to be fair, Isla has had a lot of imminently waiting today without us necessarily always getting our wishes. But we do expect her to be at the aid station here shortly. Laura came into that aid station just about 12 minutes ago or so. So I think we should see Hannah Dirksen here soon into that aid station. So should be getting official splits in just a little bit as far as who's going to be coming in to that aid station.
Yeah. And again, like, why not Ildiko come into third place at that point?
Yeah, it's Adiko is a person who, akin to, it sounds like Laura Van Voren, she likes a slow start. She likes a patient start. She doesn't slow down. She lets everyone else slow down. We could wake up to Adiko in the lead tomorrow. Would not surprise me. She is that type of runner. Currently sitting in 4th position. Remember, at the first aid station, she was outside of the top 10. So Adiko is a person who I would anticipate will continue to move up the ranks as the race goes on. Again, she's listed as German, but she lives in Germany, but she's Hungarian. Currently sitting in that 4th place position behind Hannah Dirksen. There was a 10-minute gap between the two of them at the 30K aid station, so I imagine Hannah Dirksen will come into Isola ahead of Adiko, but they could be fairly close together at that point, particularly if Adiko's running the downhill just a little bit faster.
Yep. Yeah. And like that was a good point that you made when we saw Laura take the wrong turn for a second. Maybe if she didn't have a camera runner with her on the downhill, she might have actually, indeed, as you said, gotten wrong for a bit, which would explain such an increase in the gap between her
such
and
a big
Yuri.
time change.
Yeah. So we'll see. And as you said, it could happen to other runners, and that could change a little bit the order we're expecting them to come in into Isola.
Yeah, running is hard. It's easy to keep your head down and totally blow by something. So you have to really be paying attention when it comes to making sure that you are staying on the correct path. The courses are really well marked, but you still have to be paying attention.
And there she is.
Here she comes. Nope. Hannah Dirksen.
Hannah Dirksen, yep. And she's all smiles. Pretty good. It's a good spirits to be in. And her smile is going to grow bigger and bigger as she goes through the town of Isola, where people are there to cheer on the runners as they go by.
Oh, there's some tunes cranking.
Yeah, and they've even put a screen. That's super cool.
That's very cool. People can hang out and watch what's going on.
I hope they didn't put our comments.
Hopefully they're playing the French commentary on the main screen.
Yeah, I can't remember where it was, but it was Théo Détienne, who actually will be running their 100K tomorrow, who was telling me that somewhere on the UTMB course they had a screen, and it was the English commentary that was on and that they were actually playing. And I was like, no way! If I had known, I would have said like
solid.
way more trash. She's
so Hannah Dirksen all smiles. Yeah, no, she looks like she's moving really well. I'd agree. Looks very smooth, looks very comfortable, not rushed. Remember, we're 37K into a 165K day, too. A lot can happen.
Oh, yeah, it's so early. And so, yeah, maybe it's just Yuri who absolutely blasted the downhill. So 6:01 coming in. So she's made ground a little bit on Laura. And I was 20 minutes back, and now she's like some 17.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try to hear what they say, or if we can catch any. Oof! Could you go a little further with all the gear?
Yeah, can you move us out of the aid station at all? Oh, they should have bossed some dudes around and gotten a table.
Yeah.
Be bossy, people.
Oh, wow. Another bladder.
Interesting. I wonder if it's just like length between some of these aid stations. Actually, I'm in that predicament going into Kodiak. There's one section where we're required to leave with 2 liters of water on us. And so I'm like, do I have a small bladder that I use for that section? Yeah. Or do I like have my pack and then I just like pick up handhelds for that section too? What am I doing with 2 liters?
you take your water balloon and
oh my goodness.
Once you get out of the aid station, you just chuck it.
Yeah.
Wow, 2 liters. That's a lot.
Yeah. So you can get like a pretty small like 1 liter bladder. So I might do something like that, but I've got to experiment within like the next week or so. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Or it's like two handhelds, or something.
Well,
I can like
also
that it like collapse.
It depends on how you feel, how much you feel you're gonna need on that section. Because if you feel like you can get away with a liter, you leave the aid station with 2, and you don't drink anything at the aid station, and you just chug like that liter in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's like a little collapsible, like a handheld and a soft flask or something that I drink pretty quickly upon leaving the aid station, and then drink one very quickly or dump it on me or something, and then nurse the other one for a while. Because I'm not going to use poles, so it's like my hands will be free the whole time. Someone said in the chat or I guess Laura was the person in front of that. The person, we got Hannah Dirksen on the screen, but Laura's partner, who was crewing her partner was also 7th at the 90, then the UTMB de Mont-Blanc, the Marathon du Mont-Blanc 90K this summer as well. So a good little ultra running duo with Laura and her partner. Hannah Dirksen getting some more fuel on board before she takes off into the night. Does not look as hot as Laura did coming in, where we saw Laura dumping water on herself, etc., which we thought was like, it doesn't look hot to us, but what do we know?
Well, it looks like they're having a good chat, and she's going to town on all the fruits. But that's when you send your partner out. It's like, come on, grab a handful and get out of there. Keep eating while you're coming out of the aid station.
Yeah, I'm a fan of taking a 20-minute mile, because you're walking and eating is better than a 0-minute mile while you're stationary.
Yeah. So by the sound of her French, I think she's not French, and we're using French as her country of residence, but she sounded foreign, and like Hannah Dirksen might clearly...
Yeah, it's not a very French name.
No. All right, team. As we see Laura coming out of the aid station of Isola 2000, and she's going into the night, it is time for us to wrap it. It's been a fantastic first day. I've enjoyed that very much, Corinne, being with you. Not like last time where I had to be alone. Luckily, well surrounded by all of you on the chat. So, attention to you. Kudos to you for staying with us. And tomorrow we have a 13.5-hour shift. So, plenty of time to get stoked about the 100 mile, the 100K, and the 50K. Corinne, a few words to wrap it up.
We love you all. We appreciate you all. We will see you all back here tomorrow for the 50K, 100K, and 100-mile conclusion. Until tomorrow, it's been grand. We'll see you all bright and early. Don't go anywhere, I guess.
Peace out.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
2, on!
Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion!
Fantastica!
And a beautiful victory! Going through the crowd.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.